Hey guys, welcome back to Unreal. Been a while. Hopefully we'll make some good progress today. We're back in Dozer. Of course, you probably saw if you clicked on the title. Something on my nose. God damn it. There we go, I think I got it. We're doing gamepad support still, but I made some good progress off stream, like while we were playing Death Stranding 2 and on the weekends and stuff. So I do have a solution for the gamepad support. It's just going to be a little bit annoying. I don't know, I gotta work on it some more, and there's a few menus that I think we'll need to overhaul completely to get working properly, so one thing at a time. But I can show you, I did get the escape menu working 100% as far as I know. Bit of a pain. Obviously we need some better, I think, some better art and like shows for when the player is hovering over a button, but we can do that later. As long as we have the navigation working, we can adjust the style as need be, so one thing at a time. And these are all saving properly and adjusting properly. I don't think the language would change correctly since I'm not doing standalone, but the language does change correctly when you are running standalone. So that is a good thing. Yeah, either way. It's a good start. All gamepad. So mainly what we need to do is we need to overhaul the gold menu. Needs to be completely replaced entirely. Gem collection needs to be opened with a this needs to be a non-focusable button that the player can open up separately at any time. Oh, it doesn't block that. Kind of annoying. Well, that's going to be overhauled anyway. So what we could work on is opening this up. We also need the ATM, and the ATM's not in the correct place right now. That's why you can kind of cheat and click on this over here. So we need to fix that too. And then we'll need a solution for the gallery, which is going to be a whole nother mess. It's going to be a mess. But I have a way to resolve it. It's just we're gonna have to go through. We're gonna have to fix the splines probably. We're gonna have to adjust the windows. Obviously the lighting is all gonna get changed too. So one thing at a time. Where's our arrow for this? Why does that keep getting moved? Oh, there it is. Why is there a separate camera? Fuck. Why is there a separate camera to this? That's kind of weird. Oh, so we should just be lerping transform, but whatever. Let's see if I can find it. Gallery camera. Oh, it is here. I just don't know why there's a camera here. That's weird. I mean, I can use that camera anyway. Let me just pilot it. Why is my aspect ratio weird? You know what, I'm just gonna fuck out of here. We'll just move it manually. Well, I don't know why it's like rotated weirdly. It's gonna look kind of weird in like widescreen, like ultra wide especially. I don't really have a fix for that at the moment. Ultra wide support is a bit annoying with games, to be fair. Not the biggest fan. Either way. Where are my gallery tokens? There they are. I mean, I think that's fine for now. It's not very centered, though. Better. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Hey, C-Spawn. Damn, no more gaming. Don't worry, we're gonna be doing more games. I posted on the Discord. Let me pull up what I posted on the Discord. Because I didn't ping anybody, so I don't know if many people saw it. So I said we'll be back to game dev on today, and we have 3 games that we're working on, primarily focusing on Coin Pusher Reloaded, so this game. And then System Break is just being held a little bit while Cutsper and I finish up. Well, I finish up Coin Dozer, and then he finishes up his stuff, and then we're gonna be jumping back into that. And then we have a 3rd game going out in the background with a separate team, and I might pull that game onto stream sometimes, at least not for now. But I would like to pull it up on stream to do some work once we get a little bit further in the project. Although I've been showing you guys some of the stuff that I made there. This mobile game? No, none of these are mobile games. And then as for video games that we want to play, I want to play Metal Gear Solid Delta on August 26th. I will definitely be checking out Borderlands 4 on September 12th. Ghost of Yotei launches on October 2nd, and obviously I have a PS5 and we played Death Stranding 2 on that, so that's definitely easy to hook up. And maybe check out Outer Worlds 2 on October 29th. But it would be a pretty busy time for game. Like, I think Snake Eater would take me right up until Borderlands 4. And then Borderlands 4 is gonna, take up all my time, and then I don't know. So we'll see. I don't want to play all these on stream, but I'll probably play. I'd like to try them on stream if we could. But we have a fair bit of time. We have like a month until Delta comes out, so hopefully we can just finish up Coin Dozer while we do it. Japan fanboy. I like Tsushima. I don't know. I see people kind of shitting on Yotei, and there are some reasons that I think are valid to be upset at some of the decisions with Yotei. But honestly, the game looks fine to me. Where are my inputs? Dozer in context, main context. Do we ever remove the main context? You're the one making that the Mr. Robot game? Mr. Robot game? With Steve from HR? Why does that sound familiar? Oh, the hacking, yes. That is System Break. And that is still being worked on. But Kotspur wants to, my colleague and friend wants to jump into it and do some of the core foundation stuff. And he can't do that until he finishes with his stuff. So I'm like, okay. In the meantime, I'm just gonna finish up Coin Pusher, and then you can jump into that, and then I'll jump back in once you're done with it. So we're kind of just bouncing back and forth between some things. Trying to be as efficient as possible. Let me see where that's referenced. You haven't seen any offensive humor. Not as edgy as I used to be. Not entirely by choice. I have to be a little bit careful because I do put this channel and myself out professionally too. And for better or worse, some of those things can be taken out of context. So I don't know. I won't pussyfoot around if I don't need to though. I specifically find ad mapping context with reference to IMC dozering? Or IMC main, more specifically? I see. I see what we're doing. Fucking spaghetti. I should fix that. I was doing a lot of... Actually, there's a lot of stuff here that's just kind of like placeholder that I was doing to test some things out. Probably fix that. Seems to be a lot of people into Borderlands 4. I mean, I'm hoping for it to be good. I think Borderlands 3 had some good gameplay, but some just so unbearable story. I literally remember nothing. I could tell you the story beats of Borderlands 1, Borderlands 2 for sure, a bit of pre-sequel. I honestly cannot remember what the fuck happened in Borderlands 3. Other than I hated the main antagonists. They were very unenjoyable. And a hacked one-shot shotgun in Borderlands 1. Fuck yeah. Dude, wasn't it called the conference call? Was that what the one? No, that was the one in Borderlands 2. I remember this game. Or this gun. This was absolutely wild, this gun. And it had to be nerfed, but even after the nerf, it was still pretty good. YouTube, come on. What are we doing? Oh, he's showing the farm for it. Yeah, there's like this one character. Not gonna show himself using it though. The conference call was wild. You didn't get through Borderlands 2, really? Do we just add main on startup? Is that what's going on here? I could add it to Dozering. Because we don't want the... Is the gem collection menu available when you're at the ATM or when you're at the gallery? I would assume that it is here. Oh, we completely disable it while you're here. Okay. And then I assume the same thing happens at the gallery too. Yes. So we could add it to Dozering. IA gem menu. What should we make that? Probably just use triangle and square. Face button up and face button left. Borderlands was the OG hero shooter. I think the OG hero shooter was actually TF2. If you ask me. I don't remember when TF2 came out, but... Well, I mean, you could also say Team Fortress Classic, right? Would have been the OG. But I think TF2 took it to a whole nother level. ...2007. Crazy. I think TF2 is still probably one of the best examples of how you make a core central cast of characters that is extremely memorable. And I would rather have this core cast of easy to understand. I don't know, it just worked. Like, the designs were so fucking good of the characters. You could tell how each of them looked by their silhouettes. They were each unique but fit into the world really well. Crazy that it's a dead game. It is kind of crazy. I remember playing this so much. I mean, I say so much, but I think that there are other people with just way more playtime than I ever had in TF2. I mean, it is 510 hours. To be fair, that's not nothing. To remove the mapping context for it. We removed the mapping context for it, but I could override that. We need to reparent it to nav widget. Is visible, enabled. Do a quick check. Yeah, my only problem is that if we remove the mapping context for dozering, then the player wouldn't have access to press the same button to close it, and I can hack it in a little bit, but it's kind of messy. Maybe I could just add another mapping context for like the dozering menus. So we can pull out the dozering context itself, so you're not allowed to drop coins, but you can still interact with the menus. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Base button top. Okay, when do we want to remove that? Basically, whenever the player switches to the ATM or the gallery. I assume that we have a function to call for when we switch the camera. We have the transition. It's still a little bit hacky, but I'm not going to cry too much about it. Bit annoyed. I could make a separate function for grabbing the Dozer table, but it would really only just trim up those two because I'd still have to do the check. Not worth it. That should be okay. Startup level. We add main. That's the one with the escape menu. Switch camera. Here we are. Because you can't buy gold or bruise the gem collection unless you're at the Dozering table specifically, so. This should prevent those issues. Although technically what I could have done is made a separate mapping context that's added specifically when you're at the gem collection menu, just to close the gem collection. I guess I could have done that in hindsight. Why didn't I do that? I do that for the escape menu and it works fine. Why don't I do that here? Am I retarded? Yes. Yeah, I do that for the scroll too. I'll just do it that way. I'm C. Gem menu. I could reuse input, so I could just do like a generic close. And then just change the mapping. And then we'll do another one for the gold menu too. Hey, Lepus. Hope you guys are doing well. It's going fine. It's going fine. I don't like doing the gamepad shit, but it's got to be done, and I at least have a solution for it, so. It's slow. It's slow, but it's going. That's the wrong one. Gem menu close. And then we can add the mapping context. Remove the menus. Then on close, we can remove the gem menu. There's some reason this existed only on the actual button and not on the custom event. I don't remember the reason. We can go back to the game jam and look at it, but there was some reason that it needed to exist there. Some bug fix. That's our event tick. Interaction. Escape menu. This is for gamepad support. So I do a couple of, I think, pretty nice things for gamepad. Where obviously you press any button and it's gonna hide the mouse, any button on the gamepad. But what I also do is I detect if the player's mouse is moving a certain amount. Since we last checked its position, we check its position every second. And if it's over a certain, if that difference is over a certain threshold, then we show the mouse again. So that's just to prevent, like, sometimes, you know, some people's mouse is kind of like jitter a little bit. That'll prevent that issue from happening and from showing the mouse. So I think it's a bit elegant. Imperfect, but it works. Although something looks half completed. You know what? I think I was supposed to run set input device here. Yes. I was halfway through finishing that, and I must have forgotten to finish that. Yeah, that looks better. I think it works, and then we can always just change this threshold if we want that distance check to be higher. Although I think that 10 is pretty decent. Otherwise, you have to move the mouse quite a bit before it ends up showing up. Probably be increased to 20 though to be a little bit less annoying if you bump your mouse. But either way, that works. Alright, so what was I doing before I was explaining that? Technically, gem menu could always be, if we just check if the player, or if the gem menu button is visible and enabled, and we already handled that seamlessly, then all we really need to do is just give the player the ability to press it. And just make sure that it's not focusable. So we don't need to replace this button. It's not focusable. But we do need to reparent this to the UI nav widget class. And realistically, this button does need to be replaced. This honors. 2-week new haircut. Yeah, I finally got my haircut yesterday. That's why I was gone yesterday. I was out of town. How much have you been drinking? What, today? At 9:30 a.m.? I'm not that depressed. Oh, yesterday? I only had 3 old fashions yesterday. I do 25 padding on the top. Did I fuck with the font at all? No, it's standard 32 bold. Where's my button? Who got rid of my button? There it is. I found it. You're asking for seeing alcohol prices in Poland. Oh, you got back from Gdańsk. How did you like Gdańsk? I mean, Gdańsk, to be fair, if you just like went to a bar, yes, it's gonna be rather cheap compared to probably from wherever you're from, but it's still gonna be expensive. Because I can buy a bottle of Buffalo Trace, right, which is probably one of my favorite drinking bourbons, for $25. And You know, the price per milliliter for an old fashioned is cheap as fuck. Lot to eat, kind of not really a tourist destination, but it looks nice. I mean, there's not like a whole lot to. It's just like relaxing. Like you go up to the beach, you go to Sopot or something, or out to the peninsula. Nice. I think the main selling point of Gdańsk is just to. It's like for adults, right? You just eat, you drink, sit on the beach, chill. Go during one of like the festivals or something. Alright, that should fix that. Reparent. Allow remove if we root. I don't think we build the gem collection every time. As far as I know. So don't remove it. And ignore the rest of that. I think. Better. Gem menu open. Add the mapping context, remove dozering, remove the menus. Okay, that's fine. And run close event. Although I just don't know why this was... Oh yeah, it's for the escape menu. So we just need to add the Dozer in mapping context back manually then. That's fine. Couple things I gotta pull over here. Autofocus the button. And I think there's a couple of default stuff I have to grab here. Copy this as well. Or on preview key down. I should have made a custom UI nav widget that I pull from. I guess I could reparent that. Is it worth doing? Maybe not for this game, but for sure in the future. That's a scroll, we don't need that. Old tick logic, I could probably delete that. That's for the scroll box, doesn't apply here. I did have those buttons, or those images showing up on switch device. In check device, I could... Is that a delegate binding? Yes. I could do the same thing here. Nope, not pre-construct. I think I'd like two things to appear. I'd love if we had a button appear down here to show that you can open up the gem collection, and one next to the close. Hey, Cheezel. Hold on a sec. Oh, I had those backwards. That's fine. I can just reuse those then. I think that'll work just fine. So then give me a horizontal. Image me up, daddy. Let's get an Xbox X. Gem collection. Open button. Custom event. Switch device. Set visibility. Get input device. This is actually a really poorly named boolean, to be honest. I really should rename that. Bad naming. Don't name your booleans like that. This is fine. B last input keyboard. Fine. Get input device. I mean, get input device is fine too. The problem is that I named the compact node title horribly. Because the output is B is keyboard. This is named poorly. Dumb. Oh, we hide the button when it's open, don't we? Can I just disable it? I think that'll overall just look better. It's kind of weird though, it's moving the button up each time. Very awkward. It's probably because the anchoring. It's better. You guys probably can't see it because the chat box is in the way. Oh, that's awkward. I think when we switch back to mouse, we need to instantly recache the mouse position. I think it's causing a bit of a problem. Yeah, there's something happening between the check. You guys, it's kind of hard for you to see, but what's happening is it's hard to explain. It's running the mouse position check. Even though mid-check we've switched to gamepad. Are we running that? Hold on, let me get rid of that. We're running this checked regardless, right? No, we're only running it if we're in gamepad. I think that the first thing we should do is cache the location. Because otherwise we're gonna continually keep comparing it. I can fix this. Alright, that was a little loud. The first time that's re-enabled, let's do the cache. And then anytime we're on gamepad, we'll reset the cache. Yeah, that fixes the problem. The only thing is that 1 second delay, but we could lower that down to like half a second to increase the responsiveness. Oh, it is half a second right now. It isn't a whole lot to run every, 4 times every frame. That's not really the end of the world. Just a little bit of checking and then math logic. Yeah, I mean our game stats is pretty trim, so I'm not too worried. Even our GPU is looking pretty okay. I'm quite happy with it. Okay, bug resolved. It should autofocus the close button when we open up the gem collection. It doesn't. Why don't you? I told you to. Why aren't you doing it, bitch? That's kind of weird. It's probably because we're not focusing the widget itself actually when we open it. If I had to guess. I just want to see if that fixes the problem. Yeah, we now have focus. Error. Input mode UI always being used. This can cause issues. Please use input mode game in UI. I know, I was gonna use that. Calm down. Real. You know, games, sometimes I do want the input only on the UI. At least it bitches at me. Okay. I mean, I'm not a big fan of any of the designs, really, of the UI stuff, but we might have to change the designs anyway once the localization comes in, so as long as I can get the logic working, so like that's our goal, is get the logic working, because then we can move shit around and it's not going to break the logic. So if we have like a German word or something being, 5,000 characters long, even though the English word is 3 letters long, because that's what happens with German, then we should be okay. I assume that there are going to be some instances of certain things, especially maybe some of the stats, being way longer in different languages. We'll just keep that in the back of our noggin. Alright, if we wanted the input of that to be on the left, let's give that a switch. Face button left. And this one is face button top. That's the golden gem. Gold menu close, face button top. Alright, that's more aligned. Okay, I think the gem collection is pretty good. Thankfully, that's a pretty easy menu. The slightly more challenging one is the gold chop. The gold chop it just needs to be remade from scratch. Obviously the button logic works, you know, it's not like a particularly complex menu from the logic side. I think. Let me double check on that. I don't think I did anything too crazy with the buttons. Ugh. Rex, I gotta get you to I gotta get you to straighten your nodes out, man. Yeah, we just set some booleans. Update the player gold bars. What the hell? Why am I only checking if the player has enough gold bars on? Oh, because we enabled the buttons based on whether or not the player has enough gold bars. It's kind of weird though, why do we have to... Really weird. Yeah, for some reason we only had the gold bar check on big coins. I mean, it's not like the end of the world, but that is weird. Table ref. Oh, he doesn't know that I already have a ref for that. That's not needed. Yo, Kent, how you doing, man? I gotta fix these. I got to fix them. I mean, we can still do an animated menu. Only problem is that the animation is working on that offset, and that offset is going to be different for different monitor resolutions. And it doesn't really play nicely. This is all fine and dandy on specifically this monitor width, but the moment that changes, especially for like widescreen, not so nice. really? Hold on, I'll just finish this. There was a bit more in there than I thought. Ooh. I got a new one. Ugh. We got a new one. Alright. Let me just get rid of these. Hard to move nodes around when there's comments. I might have to refactor some of this anyway. Hey Kenji's. Hope you guys are having a good Tuesday. Got your new PC? 100 FPS and heavily modded Minecraft instead of 45. Man, dude, modern Minecraft runs like ass. Holy shit. Not only does modern Minecraft, and I know you said modded, but I also mean like modern versions of Minecraft run like ass. Getting Minecraft to start is almost more comprehensive than installing Windows on a new PC. It is actually insane the number of things you need to sign into and agree to, and all the button presses just to run fucking Minecraft. How you doing, Ray Rummy? This used to be the old Minecraft launcher. You just press play. That was it. That's all you had to do. Now you have to sign into your Windows account and agree to the EULA. Click this. Oh, you want to run a modded version? Okay, click these 3 things. God damn, bro. Let me play the fucking game. Alright, what do we want to do for a new menu? Bypass that with CurseForge. Yeah. I don't know. I'm from back in the day when you just installed Forge. You ran the modded version, it reads the mods in your mod folder, you fuck with the config a bit, add your texture packs, and you're good to go. I don't know why it has to be more complicated than that. Probably because the 10-year-olds didn't know how to do it. Minecraft is better when the 10-year-olds weren't playing the game. Hot take. I mean, I like it pulling in from the side. I really do. Let's mock it up a little bit. Let's do some mock-up. This is big and chunky, but it works right now. I'm thinking we could go to something more akin to... Let me double this. Can move it more to the middle. We could change it from like gold menu to like power-ups or something. Something a bit more understandable. Then again, I like the text being in the corner. As opposed to if it's in the middle, it's taking up a really weird position. Especially once you start getting that smaller screen. I guess we could still keep it in the upper right. Rather than a menu, I could just expand it instantly. The menu's pretty smooth, but it's also what's causing the problems. Did we fix that? I thought it was broken. Did I fix it? I do not remember doing that. Oh, I must have fixed it. Okay, we can still make it trimmer though, because it is pretty fat. And I've got an idea to make it a bit better. Hold on. We do like the text up here across the whole thing. And the little buy button here. Yeah, but then with like the second, third, and fourth, and you know how you have this problem, right? And you would have to put some spacing between it, which would just end up making it fatter in that way. I'm kind of worried about this on like small screen sizes, so if we do put it on like a Steam Deck, I don't want the text to be so small that it's hard to read. I just don't know if anybody's done Steam Deck text size game dev. I don't know, maybe somebody on like Reddit has done it. It's a 1280 by 800 screen. Compatibility review requires that all the fonts in the game are at least 9 pixels tall. How the fuck do I check that? The 7.4 inch screen. I mean, I can manually set that. I have no idea how you check. I could set it to like a phone. 9.7 inches. Smaller than that though. That would be 1:1. I can increase the DPI of fonts. Pretty nice. Hey Rex. I don't remember fixing this widget, but I guess I fixed it. I think it was on the day for language here, June 17th. So like 1 month ago. I must have fixed that. You didn't touch it? Yeah, I don't remember fixing it, but I guess I fixed it for widescreen. Okay, I mean that's a good thing. Better than not fixed. Saves me time. Well, it doesn't because I still had to do it, but worry about that later. Don't think about it. It's still possible to pull up. Kinda don't want that to be visible. I could just run the close. Event. Am I implementing blockchain in Coin Pusher? That's the great part. I'm not. Isn't that crazy? You tell me about Riftstorm. What the fuck is Riftstorm? Please don't say some multiplayer shooter. Exhilarating gameplay first roguelike ARPG with blockchain technology using collaborative economy as the future of gaming, allowing players to trade, sell, and publish their assets without a predefined rarity. Wow. I'm coming at the thought of it. Oh. It sounds so amazing. I played the demo and searched the name after that came up. It was pretty decent. Congratulations. You wasted your time so that somebody else could profit off of you. Don't play those games. Don't give them any credit. Don't do anything for them. Do I drink coffee? No. Not really a fan. The force. I could just get the playback location. How long is that? It is 1 second. It's like in reverse from the current time though. Let's say relative to its current state. So maybe that's okay. We can see. I think the most important thing for the gem menu to do is just to throw on a background blur. And make it visible. That will prevent those from being done. Oh, because we're hiding the main box. Hold on. That's better. What I want to do is if you, I mean, if you're on mouse, it's fine, but the problem is somebody might switch between mouse, so I think the smarter option is just whenever the gem collection is opened up to force close this. And we can always vice versa that. We can even make it into functions if we want. Okay, force. A little bit of cross streams. What are you gonna do? Force close ad banner. You can have an ad banner? Oh my god. Of course they would build that into the fucking engine. Goddamn epic. That's what I thought. Relative. I'd have to check if it's open or not. The wording on that was not very concise. It's relative to its current state. Oh, I guess if it's open, then reverse. We'll just hook it in there. It could still get a little weird if it's opening at the same time you do that. Or not. Okay. That'll work. That'll work for me. Alright, I'm gonna put up next to the gold ship. Ayo, next to gold ship up here, the icon for when you have gamepad enabled. The fuck with the layout again, though. Oh yeah, because I was doing the offset before. Just 0 to 1, but doing it per pixel scales with the DPI. That's why it works. It's just more annoying to finagle with. In which case I'll have to fix it again. Xbox. Why? 64. That's pretty fucking large. I don't know if I want it that big. This one at 50, right? Yeah, we'll keep it the same. Now it's going to be off by 50 pixels. Fine. I don't like this menu. I don't like this menu at all. In fact, I kind of fucking hate this menu. Like, okay, we fade out the stupid text. What do we do with the prompt? Where do I put that? I mean, I guess instead of putting it here, I could overlay it with the button. And then hide show it based on device. Maybe that would look better. Let's try it. And keep in mind all the buttons and like backgrounds and shit is gonna change. So it may not have the greatest of appearances on the bright gray background of the button at the moment, but the button will change. So exactly. Our redeems are still off. I can hear them. Can you not hear them? It's delayed. Didn't seem delayed to me. I mean, the delay will be there. It's going to be delayed in whatever your stream delay is. So it sounds like your stream delay might be pretty high. It wouldn't let me delete it. There we go. This needs to be a nav component. Probably should make a custom one for this. Or, let me think here. The nav component will only look for one text box, I think, in order to set style. What solution do I want to use for this? Custom nav component. Custom. I could definitely get it working with that. But the ×1 being on the button is kind of problematic. It would be a lot better if it was just by and then the gold bar image on the horizontal box. I mean, they're all ×1 anyway. We could just remove that aspect. Where's my button? Image. Center it, please. If I can speak without my voice cracking like I'm 2 years old. Gold bar. I don't like this gold bar render, Rex. It's not bright enough. It's very dull. I was doing 64 with -5 padding on top and bottom. $24 for the text size. 24 still bold. This consola. That should work. Let's try it with one of these. And then as a line to the right into the center with fill. Game strings. Gold shop buy. It should function. I would think. Let's put them all like that and make sure that we update the button here too. Show hide. We can just set this to hidden, so it still updates in the background. But we just switch which one's visible based on the device. I think that's the plan here. Alright, switch device. Let's grab the gold menu button. Set visibility. I probably could just do these two. Show hide. And we'll just do selects. Keyboard and mouse, set this to collapsed, otherwise set it to not hit testable, self only. Same thing here. Set it to not hit testable, otherwise set it to hidden. That should do. And then default, set it to hidden if it's not already. Yeah, the enabled for the button needs to be bound. We can fix that too. Well, I'm not sure what happens if we still have focus, but it's not enabled. It's still allowing it to be pressed. Okay, we can work on that one thing at a time here. Let's get all the buttons updated and make sure that we can actually open this menu with the gamepad. Okay, gold menu. Handles inputs. I kind of want to give input back to the main game. Just pull it away from the UI completely at that point. Hey, cheater, cheater. Nice name. How you doing? Okay, that's pretty nice. That's definitely workable. That's a coin pusher game, yeah. I'm trying to get the gamepad support implemented. It's a bit of a headache. Not a fan. But one menu at a time. Hopefully without bugs. That's the most important part. And we can grab localization, we can throw it in and then fix up any, you know, like spacing issues, and then finally add the UI art. What a process. Thankfully, when we have like scroll boxes, we don't have to worry about localization too much. Well, we do in like cases like this. I guess I need to set these text boxes to wrap. Forgot to do that. I can fix that. I could have sworn that I did, but I guess I didn't. Technically, all the text here should probably be set to auto wrap. How do you create menu navigation when you want to move from one button to another? Do you have some sort of heuristic based on the X, Y of the current button? You have a graph that says if you're on this button and press right, you go. You can do either. You can absolutely do either. I tend to prefer setting explicit rules since the automatic doesn't always really work very well. It just depends on what panel it's in. Like some panels move very easily and normally through each other, but if you have something more complex, you might want to set something very specific. Like our escape menu is definitely set by hand. Actually gonna auto wrap. Oh, I don't have that scrolling. I gotta fix that too. Yeah, like especially for like here for our options menu, I just set this all manually. It's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna be real with you. I do not like working with gamepad support. $500 is safer. And these are already all centered, so they're fine. This was a little game jam game that I made in about a week, and then we're just finishing it up because we thought it was kind of fun. But finishing a game, I prefer prototyping and making systems, not dealing with gamepad support and localization. Is your game running a smart fridge? I don't know, it depends on how powerful the smart fridge is. We're probably going to remove Lumen from our scene. Or, well, I don't know. Nanite for sure is definitely going to be removed because the game just isn't complex in terms of triangles that Nanite would really benefit the game at all. Not this game at all. But Lumen, I don't know, I like Lumen being here, but it's also, I think it just needs some touch up. This is not a mobile game though, I will say this. This is not a mobile game. It's meant for PC or Steam Deck. But I agree, nanite is very useful when it's actually needed. But it isn't for this game. I mean, I think nanite could run on Lumen is way more expensive than nanite is. I think we even have a nanite base pass going right now. And the nanite base pass is really not... Yeah, it's barely anything. I mean, the lights in this scene are way more expensive than nanite is in this scene. It's just nanite is not needed, and most likely is not going to benefit the game in any way. Lumen's the pricey thing. Yeah, Lumen is ray tracing, and it when it looks good, it looks nice. When it looks bad, it looks horrible. Most gamers have problems with Lumen, even though they say nanite, because most people don't know how nanite works. Nanite is really beneficial. It is going to be a game changer moving forward, and Lumen just it needs optimization. We need better hardware to run it. Ray tracing has always been expensive, and it's starting to become cheaper, especially with DLSS. But it's still in its infancy. Nanite is pretty incredible. It's near infinite scalability when it comes to mesh complexity in a scene. Because at most it tries to render one triangle per pixel. Or one cluster per pixel, although I think even beyond that it tries to render one triangle per pixel. So it automatically handles LODs, making artists' work way more streamlined, especially with rapid iteration. And since you can have billions of triangles in a scene, and nanite will still only try to render what you can actually see based on your screen's pixel density. Where previously, if when you see like a mesh, it's gonna have to generate all of that, and it's gonna try to generate that at the LOD that's available. So if you had that billion mesh or that billion triangle mesh, and you wanted it to be more simple when the player was further away from it, you would have to manually make those LODs. And sometimes those don't look very good. It's also just a lot of work. So nanite handles all that automatically and renders only what you can see, so anything behind that billion triangle mesh is going to be automatically cold. It's really incredible. Really incredible. It just costs a little bit to run initially. So if you take like an empty scene and throw a nanite cube in there, it's going to be more expensive than if you didn't have nanite on that cube. But going back to like the billion triangle scene example, it's near infinite scalability. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, doesn't cost a fucking thing. Culling is a nanite thing. Nanite does cluster-based culling. I can probably pull up an example of that. I can. No, culling doesn't require nanite, but nanite does automatic cluster-based culling. So instead, if you have, like, let's say 2 mountains, right? Or let's even say these 3 mountains, right? Without nanite, if you wanted to render this mountain in the background, you would have to render all of it. With nanite, it's going to generate those clusters, and they look kind of, non-uniform, right? So they might look like this. And imagine that all throughout all 3 of these mountains. It's only going to render the clusters that it can see, so anything behind it here is automatically cold. And the artist doesn't have to do a damn thing. Nobody has to do a damn thing. I can load up one of my other projects to show you, because we have nanite enabled on a lot of stuff there. Give it a couple minutes though, it's a pretty big project. As long as it doesn't crash. It shouldn't though. We haven't touched it in a while. Oh, compiling shaders. Okay, yeah. Just go ahead and do that then. You know, let me put those back and then I'll just add these and rename them as we go. Okay, B coin generation speed. Do a quick refresh. And the really nice thing is they're adding nanite foliage with Unreal 5.7, I think, still in its beta, but regardless, if you have a very foliage heavy scene, I think that it's going to be quite game changing for foliage, which was always one of the most difficult things to render, especially with nanite because of the amount of overdraw. Could absolutely tank performance if you didn't model your meshes correctly. Alright, those are fixed. It should load up pretty quickly. I don't even think this scene was a perfect example of where nanite can be super beneficial either. But I do have a mesh that I can show. I have a tree in here that's like 500,000 triangles. That is a perfect example of where nanite can really come in handy. These last shaders are always the most time consuming. As long as I don't crash my GPU. We'll start off with like 500 million triangles in the scene. You're saying is that nanite takes meshes and cuts them up into submeshes so it can have an intermediate submesh calling step, pretty much. In order to keep the explanation as simple as possible, I think that's the best way to say it. And you can have a mix of nanite enabled and non-nanite enabled meshes in a scene. Nanite will just handle those nanite based meshes. It requires a very different method of engaging with mesh creation though, especially for foliage. Things like leaves, you know, where you would normally have a masked texture. You don't want to use that for nanite. In fact, that can tank nanite performance very heavily, which is one of the issues we have in our old project here. And then in order to have good cluster creation, you want to make sure to give the geometry enough detail that clusters aren't too big or in like really weird shapes. Let me go to our main map. That's the main menu. That is not the right map. You can have tessellation with nanite, but it's still going to be I don't think it automatically does that. This is the wrong map. Probably still compiling some shaders. Thank you, game. I did not need this open. I appreciate that, though. Let's do it in a new level. And I will try to find this tree. Where is my tree? Hold on, I haven't touched this in a few months. Tree to heal has the mesh. This is the mesh. This is 500,000 triangles per tree. And this is nanite enabled. Let's go ahead and disable nanite on this. That's 500,000 triangles in the scene. Obviously we have 60 FPS in engine. Let's go ahead and make 10 of those for 5 million. 3, 4, 5. Where's my outliner here? Okay, so that's 5 million. We can boost this up to 10. 20 million. 30. 40. 50, is that right? Yeah, it's 50 million. We can see that our FPS is already tanking pretty heavily. 100 million triangles in the scene. Now, obviously, this is not the most perfect example, but you can see that this is just not running very well because of how much we have to generate. These are not optimized meshes, and of course, if we wanted to make LODs, that's fine. But if we wanted to iterate on those, move some trees closer, especially with console performance, or when we're targeting certain platforms, we would have to do a lot of work to reiterate those LODs and those meshes as a whole. Now, nanite is just automatic. Let's enable nanite on our tree here. $60 FPS. With no loss of detail, mind you. And we can see the clusters here. As we get closer, we get higher LOD. As we get further away, it automatically generates the lower LODs. And you can see the wireframe of the mesh is changing. Probably not on the stream. It's a very high quality mesh. You might be able to see it triggering. I think the cluster view of nanite is going to be showing it even better though. You want the normal textured view of the tree? Okay. Here's the normal textured view of the tree. 515,000 nanite triangles. Oops. This mesh has 515,000 total. Here's a close-up of the wireframe. Half a mil per. Now here's an example of the, not the mask. You can kind of see with the overdraw. So you can see here, if we are close up, you can see the clusters that are being rendered here. They're in the lighter purple. Anything in dark purple is just the tree that we're looking at. So you can see the clusters that are getting cold, and it does have a bit of overlap here. So of course you can, you know, if you move left to right, it's going to generate those. So it's automatically culling any cluster from nanite behind the mesh that we're looking at, which makes it really great for like buildings or landscapes, because if you have nanite enabled on those buildings or landscapes, any nanite mesh behind it is automatically culled from the scene. And you don't have to set up your own fields for that, it's just done right out of the box. Obviously, what you want to try to remove is any of these hotspots where there's a lot of overdraw. Those are expensive for nanite. Having a few spots like this is not too bad in a scene. It's kind of expected, hard to avoid. But foliage is one of the ways that you can have a lot of nanite overdraw. I can show that in our main map, which is again what nanite foliage in 5.7 is going to address. But yeah, this was 500 million triangles in a scene right here, running at 60 FPS in editor, which would be previously unprecedented and without nanite would be near impossible without doing some crazy work behind the scenes. And I was able to get it running in, you know, a minute. Especially when this mesh really has 500,000 triangles of actual detail. Hope you don't feel attacked. I didn't make the mesh, but no, it does have that. The reason why you think this doesn't need 500,000 is because you're thinking of mesh creation in a way that was done previous to nanite. When you have nanite, having more mesh detail allows for higher levels of detail and better clustering. So it's not like the GPU is rendering that 500 million, right? Or that 500,000, sorry. The reason that you want to have that much is so that nanite can work better. If you have a lower poly mesh with nanite enabled, it's not going to cluster as well, and it might, you know, too much of that might cause performance overhead in the scene, and you're not going to get a performance boost. So, you know, if you have like a shoe with, I don't know, 100 triangles, you're not really going to benefit from having that with nanite. It's not really going to make a difference to the GPU. But if you have 50,000 triangles, that shoe is actually more optimized with nanite than if you had 100. It completely breaks the brain in the way that meshes used to be created. You know, especially with like foliage, like I said, you have to model every single leaf individually, model every single blade of grass. It's not just going to be a flat texture that you mask. You don't want mask textures. You want actual geometry on those blades of grass, on those leaves. That actually makes it more optimized for nanite. It's a really weird thing. And don't ask me like super specific details about how it works behind the scenes. I can just tell you how it works on the surface. You just run it once to get the texture stream pool made. Okay. So we have nanite enabled on our grass here, I think, and you can see the overdraw that's happening from this. This makes this scene not very optimized because of the foliage, especially if you get closer to the grass. But you can see a lot of the stuff in the background being cold. Especially if we get close up to like a rock. The only problem is that a lot of these meshes are like low to medium poly because they were made before nanite was available. So a lot of the clustering on them is just not great. Like you don't really want big clusters like this. You want smaller clusters. And that's why this tree, oddly enough, is probably one of the most optimized meshes in the scene. When you look at the tree, the information that its shape conveys to me as a viewer isn't worth that many triangles. Misspent budget. You're still thinking about it incorrectly here. So you can have a low poly, like a visually low poly mesh, right? This tree, I agree. It looks like it's a medium poly tree. It doesn't really look like it's high poly, right? You wouldn't take a look at this and say, oh, this is a realistic looking dead tree. Nobody would. But that's fine. You can still model something that visually looks lower detail. Like take a game like Schedule 1, right? You can still model it like that, but then subdivide like crazy so that it's optimized with nanite. So it's not that the player is going to be up close and looking at all of this, you know, in-depth wireframe. You do it so that nanite can run better and cluster the mesh better so that it can cull what's behind it in a more optimized way. So even if you have these low poly rocks, right? This rock is, I don't even know how many, let's just say it's like 5,000 triangles probably maximum. You would still want to subdivide that to the point that it can cluster better than it currently can. Well, the texture is also shit on this too, so just keep that in mind. Like, this was just for a prototype, but this was just meant to be a super simple material. Think about it separately. Like, don't look at how it looks visually. Think about it in terms of its geometry. So this tree is more optimized for this scene than this rock, even though this rock is fewer triangles. It's really what it comes down to. And that's mainly because the clustering on these rocks is just not very great. Or this house. They're not horrible though. Some of the smaller meshes are a bit better. But I wanted them to have nanite so that they could help cull. It's just a very different way of thinking about how to create and display geometry in the scene. Get the more triangles, make nanite work better to optimize culling, but if your mesh just stayed at 200 triangles, not 500,000, then test scene where you had 100 trees to create 500 million triangles. Nanite, those 100 trees would still have only 200,000, just half of that, without any of the culling the GPU does on its own anyway. It doesn't do it on its own, by the way. And the thing is that this tree specifically is not... It's meant to represent the power that nanite has. Not that this tree is what you... I don't know. What's a good way to say it? This is just one tree. Think of a way more complex scene with, you know, 200 different meshes, let's say. Especially if you're trying to target like, you know, like consoles or like the Switch. Every little pixel makes a difference. Every little mesh makes a difference. And if you have to if the level artist wants to move that mesh in the scene a bit closer, then that's also going to potentially increase its LOD, and you either have to go in and manually adjust that, or you would have to go in into the mesh and change its LODs entirely, and probably even do some retopology on it if you need it, whereas nanite can just do that automatically. And so your time is much better spent on optimizing like shadows or lighting, two things where most of your GPU cost is going to go anyway, not really rendering geometry. And it scales like I've said before, it scales near infinitely. If you have a graph here, and this axis up here is, let's just say, the cost. And then we'll do triangles down here with my horrible handwriting. This is nanite. Nanite has a higher initial base cost, but scales near infinitely. Whereas older methods, obviously, would start down here, but it scales more linearly. And you would have to do more work to optimize that. So nanite, in certain scenes, is more expensive than not having nanite. But after a certain point, nanite becomes way better. And it's not even close. You don't see the cost benefit. You would have to play a game with nanite enabled and compare that. And then see exactly where the cost saving is going to go towards the towards the dev team, because it saves a shit ton of time for artists, and where they can just spend their days optimizing like shadows and shit. So nanite is great. Nanite is great, but there's a lot of misinformation that's being spread about nanite, primarily from somebody called Brett Interactive, who doesn't really know what he's talking about. And unfortunately, gamers pick up on that, and then they spread that misinformation around, and nanite equals bad in eyes of the gamers. What they should be upset about is Lumen, and they should be upset with Epic for not optimizing Lumen. And I think 5.6 megalights helped a lot. 5.6 helped a bit too. The problem is, if you load up like Stalker, I think Stalker 2, I think Stalker 2 is running on like Unreal 5.1, which anybody who started with 5.0 knows that replacement of physics with chaos was horrendous, and Lumen and nanite were so poorly optimized up until like 5.3 or 5.4. So unfortunately, we need like another year or two for the games that were being made with megalights and stuff to start coming out. I don't know. I think nanite is one of those things where if I explain to like somebody who models for Unity, right? It's a 3D modeler who only worked with Unity. I have to explain to the best of my ability how nanite works to them in order for them to model efficiently for nanite and Unreal. And that already is kind of a bit of work, right? But they pick it up easier. But if I have to explain to a gamer how nanite works when they don't understand how rendering works in even its simplest form, I don't know. I mean, they're just buzzwords at that point to the gamer, and I can understand why they see Unreal Engine game running bad. Unreal Engine 5 added nanite and Lumen. Therefore, nanite and Lumen, which weren't in Unreal Engine 4 games, must be making the game run worse. And sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not true. But Lumen is just like it's ray tracing. I mean, of course it costs. What are you gonna do? And nanite, if used improperly, can also cost. I think Silent Hills 2, the Silent Hills 2 remake was using nanite, but only on a couple of buildings. And so it was actually making the game run worse because they weren't using it as efficiently as they should be, which is, if you want to enable nanite on your scene, you should enable it on as many meshes as possible. Because it doesn't really cost more to add new meshes to nanite, but it does cost to have nanite enabled. You're talking about time saving for artists, and people are going to use nanite to create meshes with fake details, so you end up with a bunch of meshes that convey the visual detail of 200 poly mesh, 500 million triangles. Well, it's not going to be that much. Like, there is a point where you have too many triangles, but I get what your point is. People are starting with super high resolution meshes, where the high detail actually conveys information, that I can see the benefit to starting out with super high LOD. Like I said, the reason that you do higher poly meshes is for clustering. Your super low poly mesh, if you have nanite enabled, is going to be more performance intensive than if you adding triangles to a mesh with nanite is pretty much priceless. Like, it doesn't cost anything. But the reason you do it is because there is this tip of the bell curve where you hit that right point with a nanite enabled mesh, and you have the right number of triangles so it clusters well, and therefore it will cull the clusters behind it better. So I get that you like, I know that you're the old way you think of meshes is that more mesh detail equals more detail to convey, but with nanite it doesn't have to mean that, is what I'm trying to say. So no, it's not like you would start off with a massive high quality mesh just for the sake of things, but it does allow you to have more hero meshes in the scene, if you're familiar with that term, like a main character, right? Because previously, if you had like a hero mesh with a million triangles, then other things in your scene would have to have deteriorated detail because of that. And now we have nanite skeletal meshes, we have nanite foliage incoming. Nanite skeletal meshes is pretty big too. Forgot that they added that. It's not going to move the focus, however. Well, here's the thing. So, no, most artists aren't going to spend the time doing that. But, you know, take a game like more realistic looking games have generally more high quality meshes, and it does take time to make those LODs and iterate on them, especially with platform targets. Now you don't need to do that. So it really comes down to time saved, especially with iteration, especially on hero meshes too, where when you have those LODs, you want to make sure that they don't lose that detail, since that loss in triangle detail affects, like the silhouette of something. So now you don't have to worry about that, because you're always going to get the same silhouette with regards to the mesh detail. It's just going to try and render more efficiently for the player screen. So, like I said, there's just that fixed cost to it, right? And this is for the player specifically. The fixed cost is higher than without nanite. And if you are in this circle over here, you don't need nanite. And this, like Coin Dozer, our game here, is within this circle. We don't need nanite. But there are plenty of games that could operate here. The time saved by the artist can be better spent where modern GPUs still struggle with it, which is like lighting and shadows, particle effects, things like that. I think a lot of stuff is going to be in that circle. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. With the old way of modeling, sure. But think of it this way, the difference in the size of a circle is, I think, a good example. This is one place where nanite foliage coming up is going to be a huge game changer. You have your player right here. Here's your foliage render distance, right? As this increases, it's not a linear scale, right? Obviously. Nanite really struggled with overdraw. If we can change the way that that is being rendered, which the voxel method will improve, we can start to render more and more detail as we get further out, and you'll have less issues with LOD pop-in, which is still a problem even in modern games. It was a game that I was playing recently with model pop, or with mesh pop-in. It was something really new. I think it was either like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I don't think it was Death Stranding. No, it was Death Stranding. Yeah, Death Stranding had a lot of mesh pop-in because of the LOD change. Nanite can just ignore that, which is gonna be really great for gamers. Being able to render foliage at a larger distance is going to be great too. Though we're kind of hitting that plateau in rendering where an increase in foliage rendering distance is not going to be seen by as many players as an increase from 1K to 4K textures will. And we don't have a nanite solution for textures yet. And the thing is, players incorrectly again think that having a 500,000 triangle mesh is bloating game size when it isn't, because it's just geometric data. It really condenses down well, it compresses well, that's the word. Textures are really the killer. And I do not know how we can solve that. Both with compression and uncompressing them. Why does that not look so? Oh, it's probably because of the font. Do we disable those? Can I force focus move? I guess if we disable it, we could reset focus. Let me see if there's something in documentation about it. We'll do the smart thing. Sections, no, we need disabling. It's possible that you're not meant to disable, but I can't imagine that being the case. Let's read binding. I mean, instead of binding the B is enabled, I could just manually check that. And if we do disable the button, a bit annoying though, I'd have to do a bit of refactoring. Kinda just wish it was automatic. Let me check the Discord. UI navigation, disable. Disable button. I think when the button gets disabled, you should choose another button to move focus to, as that's the correct option. That's what I was thinking we should do. Which would need me to refactor the way that we pick those. That's fine. Let me go to the bathroom first before I do that. B. Fuck. Ooh. So where do you work at, Cheater, if you're still here? What's your work in the industry? If you work in the industry, I don't know if you work in the industry. You certainly sound like you do. I like these. I mean, I could trigger a delegate. No. I'm just gonna take out the bindings. think that's the smarter option. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if there's something here. Where are the... Not the spawner. Collect volume. What the hell? Collect? Wait, on kill volume? Huh? What is this? Oh, okay, that's weird. On the coin dozer? No, what that wasn't the question. Did you do something for the hold on. Gold. I hate how we call them like gold ingots or gold bars. Remind me to be better with my name. I mean, I could set up the delegate here and just custom event a collected coin or collected gold bar. I really just need the gold bar. I'm just gonna fucking dirty code it. I don't care. Dirty code. Which layout? X input? It will support X input. Yeah, so as long as you can plug in like an Xbox controller, regular gamepad, PS5 controller. You can use DS4 Windows to push it over to X input if it doesn't support it automatically. Dirty code. Yeah, we'll make sure that it works with the API for Steam as well. You're right. We will have plans to set that up, but we just gotta make sure everything's working first behind the scenes. We have to do that, and then I guess simultaneously while we're waiting for localization, which shouldn't take long, we can then work on Steam controller API. And then Well, maybe we should get localization first, update the menus, and then do Steam controller stuff like that. But no, you're right. I have to use DS4 Windows right now, though, because I don't have the API plugged in. Thank you for reminding me about that, though. Don't tell anybody I did this. Ignore it. I kind of wonder something. Kind of dangerous, isn't it? Applying to jobs and shit. And telling them that I live stream. They could be watching right now. My radar's going off. Yeah, they can be watching. They can be watching me dirty code. I don't care. If it works, it works. Get this game out there. Make sure it's bug free. Do it better the second time. I just had a thought about that. Okay, create event. Let me make a new one. On Linux, any controller works out of the box. Xbox, DualShock, DualSense, anything no third-party software needed. That is nice. I will say though, you're right about Steam controller API. Before that, it was really annoying to get things working. Because I really like my PS5 controller. And I enjoyed the PS4 one, but the PS5 one is really nice. And it was hell to get that working first. Oh yeah. Dude, the function bindings were so much better when I could just bind it to the booleans. It's kind of annoying without the bindings. But I think this is the only way that I can do it because I would have to move focus unless we just did it some way else. Hold on, let me think for 2 seconds more before I start hacking into stuff with a chainsaw. I could make it by delay until next tick, see if it's enabled. Also an option. I only have 1 second to think. I give up. too short of time. I need more like a year. I don't want to spend all day doing this. Cancel. Change my mind. I'm gonna hack it in a little bit simpler. And you know what? Let's run this check on each of these just to be safe. Quick bool check isn't gonna hurt anybody. Okay, what functions can I call to move that focus down manually? Can I do like a try move focus? What happens though if we're all out of gold bars? Because technically they would all lose focus then, wouldn't they? I don't think we need to pass through the actor reference. Do we? For gold bars? No. Should add one every 10 seconds. Yeah, it's working. Oh, hold on. Gotta do one thing. Coin generation speed is enabled. Big letters. Double poker. Big coins. Okay, we've lost focus. Okay, so it does give it back. can press it, but it's not going to do anything. I have to check if the button's enabled first. I mean, it's weird because it still shows it's focused. I just can't, like, navigate through it or anything. I'm not gonna cry about it, though. I mean, I might, but I'm not gonna do it on stream. Hmm. 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 It is what it is. We'll just run the same checks that we do when determining if the button should be enabled. Controllers used to work flawlessly on Windows. What happened is that Microsoft, with the release of the 360 controller, implemented a new standard X input, which isn't backwards compatible with the old standard direct input. In order to use anything that's not an Xbox controller on Windows, you have to use an X input wrapper like DS4. Trick Windows into thinking that it's an Xbox controller. See, I thought that Sony, with the PlayStation 5 controller, had fixed it so you could just plug in the PS5 controller to Windows and it would work automatically. I could have sworn that they did this without the need for any other software. I mean, maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, big coins we just need gold bars for. No cooldown or anything on that. Maybe I'm crazy. Let me see. Let's see what Gork says about it. Does not support it. It uses direct input driver. Why can't they? Can they just do it? I don't know what the hardware is like behind the scene. I don't know if it's really difficult to do or something. I can't be. I just do it. It's such a comfy controller. Hey, Smelling Big. Morning. I mean, I can understand if you need to do a little bit more to get the extra controller features working. I could see that. Though I think Sony would then just need to make its own driver that you would, install, and then it would have those for games that enabled it. Or like the, the rumble or the adaptive triggers or something. Or at least, I think just the adaptive triggers, or maybe even like the touchpad or some shit. But for everything else, in my opinion, it should just work natively when you plug it in. Which is what Steam input is kind of meant to be. But it's not a universal fix. I don't think that these buttons keep focus with the mouse, even if you hover off of them. Is there a way to fix that? I don't really see anything. Obnoxious. Input is just yet another X input wrapper made by Valve and built in the Steam client. Well, whatever it is, because you seem to know a lot more about it than I do, it works. It works well, for my opinion. All I want, here's my user story. As a player, I want to be able to plug in my DualShock 5 and have it work with games where controller support is enabled. That's all I want. And some games do have the ability to natively detect which type of controller you're using. I assume that there's probably a way to do this in Unreal as well. I just don't know what it is. Best I can do is to determine if a gamepad button was pressed. Games that only support X input will not natively work with anything that isn't an Xbox controller. I wonder if there's like a direct input. Simple controller. Supports direct, X input, and raw input controllers. Let's see if it works. Let's close that. Out of safety, I'll do a replug. I mean, it definitely detects that it's a PS5 controller. Oh, it even has the adaptive triggers too. Which I gotta tell you, if you've never picked up a PS5 controller and played it, I thought the adaptive triggers would be kind of memey. They're actually pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So they can it's really hard to see, but they can vibrate as well as have difficulty being pressed down. So you can make like weapons that if like a machine gun, it will push itself back up after each fire of the gun and vibrate. Pretty cool. It seems like a nice plugin, to be fair. And it's got touchpad support too. It's quite nice. Oh, damn. That's pretty cool. That's quite nice. What was that called? Pretty cheap. Direct input. Yeah, super cheap. I'm gonna add that. Fuck off. Sign in bullshit. Wrong password. Check my inbox. Okay, I will check my inbox. Epic Games, your two-factor authentication code. Yes, continue. Yes, that's correct. Okay. It is on my wish list. You know QDot? He knows a lot about haptics and hardware. He wrote an API to support adult toys and games. He made some adult toys. I have heard about that, yeah. I have heard about that 100%. You learned a lot about haptics. I had to do the haptic design for Train Life. I did do the design for pretty much everything in that game, to be fair. But that was pretty fun. I wish I had more time to spend on it because I wanted to do some cool stuff with like adaptive triggers and whatnot. But the most we were able to do was just some vibration support. I wish I had a lot more time for that game for a lot of reasons. Not the least of which would be haptic support. Well, everything here should be okay. The ATM would be the next thing. This ATM needs to be moved as a whole. Oh, that's right, they moved him. We were thinking for the porn janitor game that it would be fun to have adult toy support. We'll keep that in mind for future games. Okay, apart from the camera just being in a shit spot with this, which I can fix up, that's not a problem. You really just need to give controller support to these. It just feels too close. It feels too close. Oh, that's a lot nicer. Bernie Neff. Even has plugins for Unreal Unity Godot. Maybe I'll just implement that for every game I make. Only thing is, I think that these elements are a bit separate. Yeah, but it should be all part of an ATM HUD, so that shouldn't be an issue. I could have sworn that the gem collection button shouldn't be available though if we're at ATM. Oh, hold on, I need DS4 Windows running. ATM minigame will need it. I mean, we could hide the gem collection, which I think is what we do with the coin gallery. Chip collection, this is on gallery. We run close event. Do we not hide the gem collection? That's curious. Oh no, we don't. Huh. Huh? Oh, because we're closing. Oh, I see. There's actually a bug here too. Fixed. A lot of people told me you should just focus on writing open source drivers for gamepad since it's very talented, yet he insisted to make Ultra Kill playable with vibrators. Hey, everything's important. Let me think here. You said Smil. Yes, we're coding. And I think most people who watch me didn't really want to watch me play Death Stranding for 100 hours. I enjoyed playing it though. It was a fun game. Probably some other people didn't want spoilers, understandably. Yeah, we'll need to adjust the ATM pop. There's quite a lot of pop-ups here, and I didn't really code them in the greatest way. For gamepad support. This needs to be reparented. I mean, this does get removed, so we could... What do we want to do with this? Nav buton. Delete this. What do you mean it doesn't match? It's a fucking button. Oh, it's not a variable. That's why. I'm surprised we don't just remove that from parent. I might have been a mistake, actually. Yeah, I think that works. What does this look like? This is a separate button. We'll have to manually set focus dependent on failed attempts, unfailed attempts, all this other bullshit. That's kind of annoying though, because I don't know if I could just tell the navigation that when moving right to move to the ATM minigame guess, or to be help. So I might just make be help a regular non-focusable button like we have now, and make it so the player can just press a button to view the help. Yeah, let's do it that way. Help button input prompt set that collapse by default. Now I do have some of those switcher buttons here. For the options, I'm wondering if I can make those vertical. And use those for the pin number entry. Otherwise, worst case, I can just keep those as is and manually set the navigation, which probably would be the easier thing considering I already have the functionality set up for them. It's not really a big deal. Okay, that's the game box. I can't put custom padding on the text for the buttons, though. I'd have to make another custom button, which wouldn't be that big of a deal, or replace that with an image. Which might need a custom button. Yeah, so okay, so I'll make a custom button and I'm gonna set it to the same images that we have. These keyboard brackets, but I'm gonna make duplicates for up and down, or I could just rotate them, to be honest. Rotate. Alright, dupy this. Now we technically still need a text there, but I'm just gonna set it to nothing. I can set the render transform separately. If I do this. Or even better, if I... No, do this. Normal hover pressed. Hover tint me. Hit me darker. Let's try throwing one in. Oh, you know what? It might be the anchoring. Automatically trying to fill. I could wrap it with a size box. A little bit cringe, but I think it will work. Don't look at the text for a second. Hold on. I'm thinking I can replace it with, which will definitely look better. And then I'll have the functionality we need, and we'll probably then have to just explicitly tell it where to navigate to. No padding on this. Nothing else special. Delete. Delete. B up 1. Refresh. B down 1. Oh, they still have like a rounded box on them though. The hell? Where's that there? Oh, I see it. Oh, because it isn't being drawn as an image. There we go. Well, let's replace all of them, and then we can see how that navigates. God, this is mentally exhausting. I mean, do I just duplicate it? Delete these? No, I'll grab. Hey, Dev. How's it going? It's gonna bitch at me, just... We gotta click back each time. Down to... Up 3. Down 3. Up 4. Down 4. Question. So you played Death Stranding 2, I guess took a break from game dev altogether, just didn't stream it. Yeah, just to take a break. I was really pissed off at gamepad support, and I needed a break, and it was a perfect excuse. So I wanted to play the game anyway, so I thought, why not stream it? We have more PS5 games coming up anyway that I would love to stream, so I think it worked pretty well. Now we're back to gamepad support. Slowly implementing it. But it was fun. Hey, Scurry. Yeah, I was a little burnt out. I do a lot of work on the weekends, like off stream, because there are things that I kind of can't do on stream. And then we have 3 projects that are going on in the background. Dozer is one of those, of course, and I was like, you know, I need a break. I need something else, something relaxing, take my mind off of gamepad. And here we are, back to gamepad. Isn't a UI nav widget? What the fuck do you mean it's not a UI nav widget? What do you mean? What else could it be? Huh? Uh... Oh. Okay. Well, that was interesting. It's the arcade thing? Yeah, it's a little coin pusher game. We made it as part of a game jam. And decided it would be fun to finish up the game. Nav component isn't in a nav widget. Says it isn't in a nav widget. Oh yeah, probably because we didn't make the ATM mini guess a nav widget. Interesting, so that just crashes then. Alright, well, lesson learned. Oh, okay, cool. We don't even need explicit movement setup here. Definitely different color for the buttons, though. But we might replace the art for that. So still, Would be nice to have different setups for that. Haven't been able to find a blackjack game on Steam that has fully simulated decks with shuffling. What do you mean, fully simulated decks? Easy to make the game. I don't know. To what quality would you like to make the game? $15 padding at the bottom. Yes. Oh wait, that is... hold on. Gotta do localization. Such a fat button though. Oh, I did negative padding on the top. Ah, whatever. Whatever. Be crazy making a VR arcade. That would be crazy. Enough to where I can have bets, currency, and able to count cards. But I'm simulated by it pulling from a shuffle deck in the order ended up and not random card from a pool. Oh. Really? I feel like that would be really easy to make. I mean, it's not much different though, right? Because, you know, it's randomized shuffling, therefore random polling is okay to use. So if you wanted a deck to pull the cards in the order that they were shuffled, you would first have to have some non-random way of shuffling it in order for that to actually make a difference, I think. Which, I mean, could be done, right? Why is that being weird? There we go. Depends on deck size. I'm having trouble like visualizing what it would look like. Because I can see why these games have random card pulling. because they kind of do like they do essentially a perfect shuffle, right? Like a completely randomized shuffle is a perfect shuffle, which no, it's not really achievable in a actual casino setting unless you use like an actual card shuffler. But even then, that probably has its own algorithms and way that it does that, which might even be random. Because for me, the way that I'm thinking about it, if the shuffling is random, then pulling the cards in a random order wouldn't make a difference. But if the shuffling isn't random, then you would want the cards to be pulled in the way that they were shuffled. Maybe I'm crazy. Only one is the bottom counter here. If I push right, doesn't go anywhere. So that one needs to be explicitly told that on right, go to guess. I guess pulling from a pool, you're right, it would make a difference so long as it truly removes that card from the pool. Yeah, that would be important. I mean, I would feel like a blackjack would be broken if it didn't remove the card from the pool. Unless, of course, you know, it's like multiple decks, right? But even then, I think I would still just store like a map, right, of cards and counts that are left in the deck. At least that's how I would code it. Or even like to array. I mean, it doesn't matter. Just I agree though. Are blackjack games not removing the cards from the pools? I'm kind of curious. They don't? No. But wouldn't that be broken? Because let's say that it's a single deck blackjack, which would be very easy to count cards with, right? But let's just pretend that it is. You're telling me that there can be more than one of the cards? ATM minigame. We don't really store information of what window the player's on, but we could. Because then we can switch focus based on that. I don't have shuffling or have decks, just a random card each time infinitely. There's no way. I mean, because especially for like actual gambling applications online, they must have that. Because otherwise they would be like unfair. Like in my mind, it would be absolutely broken to not keep track of cards that are left in the deck. I mean, I can always check if those boxes are actually just visible and switch between them. I mean, it would be kind of lame, but... I can just do the waterfall branch test. Isn't fair? For example, my prize doesn't have it. How do I know they're not just throwing an ace? I mean, I guess without proof, yeah. Like, it could be really fucked up. I agree. I mean, like, if you're playing an online gambling game for real money, would making a blackjack, I mean, if you take like a real gambling game, like blackjack online or something for real money, I don't think it would really hurt the game that much just to show its source code. It's truly random. It's not like seeing the source code of a blackjack game would be opening it up for exploits. Well, I guess it could. At least sharing the algorithms used for shuffling and drawing would be nice. They don't need to expose the source code or anything. There's not much there on Steam. Wasn't there actually, I was looking at TF2, wasn't there like a... I don't think it's Galaxy Girls Poker Night. There's literally just a game called Blackjack. Casino Blackjack. Hentai Blackjack, oh shit. Seductive Blackjack. Bedroom Blackjack, oh my god. Girlfriend Strip Blackjack. Blackjack of Lust. Blackjack and Waifu's Hentai version. Well, now I see why you want to play blackjack so much. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of those. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Microsoft has announced a new API called Game Input. It's going to be a superset. Oh, that's nice. This is what they expect game developers to use from now on for Windows and Xbox games. Well, I hope that Unreal implements that in Unreal Engine 6.8. Because we know that they're not going to do it. No, first, what Unreal would do first is remove support for gamepads entirely for 2 versions, and then in the 3rd version implement game input support, but it's so buggy and low quality that it causes frame dips or something. And then 3 updates after that, it will finally be fixed, but will still be inferior to what they had before. Can I not just set the user focus? Ooh! Hey, Drumlocks.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Chitake? It's really hard to see the... It's hard to see that the user has focus on these buttons, so we'll need to get that sorted out. But again, functionality first, then fix the visuals, or then localization, and then fix the visuals. I do not want to have to iterate on all this. Wait, it's given me the Dozering input? Wait, hold on. Oh. Okay, I'll fix that. Let me go to the bathroom first. Oh, this is so annoying. Fuck inputs. You're looking at an AI copy of me? Some days I think that would perform better. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about input. Let's just get bare bones gamepad support. I know it sounds kind of bad, but I hate it. I hate it. I need to find somebody who can join our team that can just do all the UI and UX. One of my weakest parts by far. My stomach is is really hurting. I don't know why. It's just painful. Ouchie, ouchie. Yeah. Exactly that. Yeah, well, it's not that. Thank God. Maybe I ate too much last night or something. I don't know. I don't know why you're so dedicated to gamepad. I don't either. You were very dedicated to it. I commend it. Yo, copy fan. Let's not call me CEO though. Kind of cringe. You. It has been a while though. I hope you're doing well, copy fan. So weird. When are we giving the mapping context back to the player? I thought it was on Switch camera. There's no way we call it here. Unless we never removed it from the player. Suppose that's possible. No, player shouldn't have it. Huh. You hate gamepads, but also not for whatever reason some people like them. Only to make game dev life extra shitty. It's really not. It's not great. I fucking hate this. I'm really hating this. Oh, don't worry, Okapi fan. I think everybody's got a lot more important things to do than watch me. But if you don't, if you happen not to, I do appreciate it. Good to have company. Hated too, I'm still fucking postponing creating a UI system that will fully work with gamepad support. Fuck them, they can use the virtual cursor. I hate this. I absolutely hate this. That's so weird. It allowed me to drop buttons here, but it shouldn't. Hmm. Okay, let me debug that. Oh, is it because of the pop-up? It might be. Which I was thinking about closing when the player... Not this one though, it's the main game pop-up. Yeah, I bet that's the reason. And the day will always return here when life is acting like it is again. Just hanging out, see what many friends are doing. Randomly call you a CEO Raptor. I kind of don't... the reason I don't like calling myself CEO is because I don't really want to be. I just am. I want people to know that when they funnel things through me, they're dealing with the company directly. That's it. But I think that some people, especially those who may not know me well enough, will look at me listing myself as CEO and think it's like some ego trip, which scares me a bit, because I'm not doing it for that. Kind of just have to do it. I just disable that pop-up for the time being. What? Oh, I didn't set it true. I just opened it. It's still doing it. Why is it showing that? Oh, it's the ATM one. I'm dumb. Nice charts. Which charts? Hey, Yukiko. Okay, better. Big difference between a CEO and a raptor using its tiny hands to communicate with everyone. I'm not making that. You're not making it better. No, I'm not. I mean, I want to be. I don't know. Oh, the flowcharts? Oh, these? Hopefully not these ones. These are Rex's. Rex and I disagree about how to make blueprints. I like straightened stuff. Which this one is not. I don't like the overlapping nodes in spaghetti. That one's not my favorite. Ever played Balatro? I have. Balatro is a very good game. You're an amazing person. Well, thank you, Okabe fan. I don't know. I can be stubborn. I can be pig-headed. A bit defensive. But I think when you tally everything bad about me with everything good, I'm just pretty much average. I'm a racist. I'm just kidding. Some people do call me that, though, for some reason. Thankfully, I think the people that are, you know, just throwing stickers up on people, like it were the back of some soccer mom's minivan. People are getting tired of that, I think. Good. Spaghetti's delicious. Just the startup panel. I'll just ignore the startup panel for now then. I'm talented? Well. I appreciate that. Hardworking, really take your time to answer everyone. Thank you, Copy Fan. That's very nice of you to say. I appreciate that, man. Woman. Person. Furry. Get banned. We're in a random guitar battle versus Roy Baker in there somewhere. My wife thought that was ridiculous. Like, not in like a bad way, but I don't think she appreciated it as much as me. Women. Why is that like not doing anything? Is that not getting triggered? Losing focus. I wonder if it's just being awkward because of the pop-up. I think it is. What we could do with the pop-up then is... It's gonna solve some issues if we just pause the game and unpause it with the main game pop-up. Kind of wanted to avoid that, but probably for the better. Set game must. Your fan game's going pretty good. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to ask about that. Did so many graphical tweaks. Also made a new state of game video. Really happy with everything I learned so far in these 4 years. I'm glad to hear that it's continuing to go on. I really am. No cease and desist yet. From the company that is bricking people's consoles. Hey Claremont, sleep schedule messed up again. Hope you're well. I'll be okay though. Picking up my Volkswagen from the mechanic. Oh, nice. Did you have like just a regular maintenance or something bigger. And I was too busy with making everyone's life shitty, not just mine. I don't know why people buy the Switch 2. I don't think the game lineup of the Switch 2 is really that great. It's so expensive, and they're just bricking consoles. Even, I read today, somebody bought a game off of eBay. Like, oh, I'll just buy a Switch 2 game off of eBay. And it ended up being a fucked up version of the game, like someone that somebody illegally ripped to the cartridge. Bricked console. So you buy used games, and instead of them just not working because they're like pirated or something, it totally locks you out. Dumb. Dumb. Long story, the second car I have, rare Volkswagen Passat W8 6-speed. I ended up having to put a new engine in a couple months ago and recently got the brakes done. Our light is coming on and off. Buddy says some might be overfilled, might be oil pressure. Oh shit. Only 12,000 were ever made. That is very rare. Wow. 2 broke besides no Pokemon games yet. Top of that, waiting for Europe to also sue Nintendo, not just Brazil. I'll join in on that. Why does that happen? I mean, the pause does help. I wonder where it loads up on standalone. Could be a game route. Let me try it. Hey, Thano. You buy the console. You buy the console, not a license. Well, that's weird. Like, games, at least I can understand, right? Because games are classified, in most cases, at least in the EU, as services. It's a little wild to see that even the basic software of the Switch 2 is being sold in that way, too. I mean, technically, even the hardware is. I don't know, the whole thing's messed up. Why is that being an asshole? I'm happy to know that yet another version of Unreal comes out and they still haven't fixed child actor blueprints. You're just gonna be an asshole? Can you just work? Where's that navving to? Yeah, August, this is the third game? Depends on how you define third. Weird, nav got lost on that. You've been here for this game, August. Every time you enter, you always ask which game this is. You were here for it. Here's the thing, I don't want services, I want games. So from my side at least, no deal in Nintendo. It's gonna be an uphill battle to reclassify games as goods. And I think stop killing games. At least a lot of the people who support it don't understand that it's gonna be an uphill battle against reclassification, IP, copyright, things that have been very, very set in stone, a lot of legal precedents for decades. I swear you were here, August. This was our coin dozer game we made. What is the motive for them to do this? Just to have more control over the product? What is the motive for what, like the EU or for the companies to have them as services? It gives the companies a lot of control to have them listed as services. A little bit too much if you ask me. I mean, I could do on recheck. You don't know what you do in the game? You play coin dozer. So it's a coin pusher game. Everybody's played those. It seemed like things were simpler back in the day when games came on discs. Well, that's the thing. So when you bought the game on the disc, at that time, the disc itself is a good. And that data was yours. It didn't need to connect to anything. But now when you have that like server that you connect to, it does give them an excuse to call the game, you know, you're using their services. It's just been kind of watered down, the meaning of it. And there is some games are services, some games you could classify as goods. The problem is to classify them all as one or the other would be improper, and Stop Killing Games once. Right now it's all in one, right? It's all in service. And they want all in one, every game should now be classified as a good. Well, that doesn't work for games that are services that actually need the infrastructure to run. It's like, okay, well then players should be able to play private servers. It's like, okay, but you're still using the IP from the company, which means that no matter what, they have the right to shut you down like that. And if they have that right, there are companies, Nintendo, that will always exercise that right no matter what. So, no matter what happens to Stop Killing Games, they can't really force compulsory licensing to games. It would be hard to do, because the only time the EIC has enforced compulsory licensing is for things that, if the service were to go down, there would be like a public health issue, right? Like, I don't know, what's a good example? Like some medical unit or something, right? If the licensing on that runs out, well, we can't have that. That's a public safety issue at that point. You can't really argue that a game going offline is a public safety issue in the same way. So I don't know. It's like I said, it's gonna be an uphill battle for the EIC to either do some sort of compulsory licensing to affirm that every single game is now a good, and to define a reasonable playable state for every single game in existence. Especially because as the more legal doors that you leave open for people to contend with whether or not a game is in a reasonable playable state on death, the more expensive it gets for litigation coverage for those companies. And even if it were to go through a middleman, through like an EU process to determine if a game were to have like compliance, again, this adds more costs to games as a whole, and it adds more taxes. So I don't know, it's just, there's so many definitions, it's so hard to define whether or not a game is still playable or in the state that it is reasonable. You know, maybe a game like oh god, what's a really good example of this? PlanetSide 2 is one that I like to come back to, where somebody could argue that it's not reasonably playable if I cannot have a persistent world, because that was a selling point of that, or like EVE Online, right? But it's like, can you really expect people to run private shards for EVE Online? I don't know, it's so complex, it breaks my brain, there's too many definitions. I don't know how it's gonna happen. Sorry, I was like missing some comments. I don't like that somebody can just take away your license either, especially for single player games. And that's the thing, like a game like The Crew works because you can take that game offline, and it was all run on the client side anyway, right? There wasn't a whole lot of server infrastructure, but then you compare that to games where there is a lot of server infrastructure. There is the handshake, the security, competitive games have a lot of that too, or it's so big that you have streamed data. And that's another thing too. Imagine a game where you stream the assets from the developer from a third service. If that service goes down, then technically the game isn't playable anymore. If you have to stream it from the developer, how does this work? I don't know. Where does the service end and the good begins? Where does the good end and the service begins? To define that in a legal framework seems impossible to me. Hey Exidonkos, what PC specs do you have? I have a Intel Core 9 Ultra 285K, a 4070, RTX 4070, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and a couple of M2s. A little bit overkill for some of my dev stuff, but also I need it for other things. Everyone work for most MMOs. I do think we need to start this conversation on a government level, because so far companies don't have players in mind anymore, just money, greed. Yeah, but that's the thing, is I can't see any way that Stop Killing Games gets what it wants without a complete overhaul to IP and copyright. I don't see it happening. And I don't see compulsory licensing happening either. I think maybe it could happen. Maybe compulsory licensing, but there'd be too many loopholes that I think developers would use to make it impossible for them to qualify. I just see there being too many loopholes. Because I think what Guild Wars 2 does, I think Guild Wars 2 allows private server. Is it Guild Wars 2 or is it something else? What's the game that does private servers but allows for, but has like a really strict license behind it? Was it Guild Wars 2 or was it something else? Either way, there's some MMO that allows for private servers, but they have a very strict license on what you can do with it. And they can revoke that license, meaning that they can send you a cease and desist, and they can shut down that private server. So really, I do think that's what a lot of MMOs should do, even though some of them cannot do that due to the way that their servers are structured. But there are games that I think that could be done for. However, telling somebody who makes an IP that they have to do that would require a lot of initial steps to be taken first, and might infringe upon their rights to do what they want with it. So I don't think that Stop Killing Games is, according to Ross and according to people that support it, something simple and common sense and easy to do. And they say that it's not going to cost developers anything else because they have to run their own servers when doing dev testing. It doesn't mean that they're free. That means that that is a development cost to making the MMO. Either having like a private server for the company or a test server. This all costs money, and some of the more complex games, it can cost quite a lot of money. How do we change the mentality of these big devs and make them care more about the product than just the money? I'll tell you what, I think that IP and copyright protection is not just important to big developers. I think it's very important to small developers too. I mean, imagine that you make a small game, little multiplayer game or whatever, and it's in your own custom world, you have your own cool characters, and then somebody starts using those characters to make their own fan fiction and make more money. Or they take your, like, I don't know, happy-go-lucky, charming kid stuff, and they make horrendous porn of it. Well, you could say, yes, that's funny, ha ha ha, whatever. But now this is starting to taint your reputation, because people who see this might think that that's what it's about. And so they're not going to now buy your products for their kids because they think, oh no, it's an adult thing. It's a bunch of porn with, farm animals or whatever. Well, now you've lost money because of somebody else using your IP and tainting your brand and reputation. Unfortunately, that's hard to control after it's already happened. So what occurs is you have the IP and copyright protection in place so that there is a deterrent upon that behavior and a strong legal framework to protect you when you can say, yes, I own it. Here is my trademark. Cease and desist, or I'm going to sue you for the money that I've lost because of this, right? And then you would prove damages in court. So I don't think that you can just that a game should just die. And it doesn't mean that if an MMO dies that the IP is just in the wind. The person who owns it still owns it, and they still own it until it expires. So I can't just see the EU or any government body just transferring licenses without the approval of the IP holder or the copyright holder. That isn't how it works. It's never how it has worked, and I don't think it will ever be how it works. Conversation needs to start. I agree, but it's definitely not simple. It's not as simple as the people who support it think that it is, or the people that run the campaign think that it is. It could take over 10 years for anything to actually come into effect, especially if they need to address copyright and IP first. And that's a lot of money to spend on discussing it. Well, GDPR is not the same thing as games going offline, especially when they have EULAs that state that you are buying a license. These are very, very different things. I agree that it's big. I just don't see the EU tackling something that big for something that already has legal precedence and doesn't currently infringe upon people's rights completely. Keep in mind that of the, I think, 11 EIC petitions that have passed 1 million votes, only 2 of them have ever seen legislation. Wonder where that would stand with free-to-play and a paid subscription model, because you're then paying a license and not buying a product. Well, according to Stop Killing Games, they would not consider some of those games, or like large MMOs. So they're focusing, like all the multiplayer games that they are focusing on, if we just say that this is all multiplayer games, they're focused on like this small subset, if we say like as single player and humongous MMO. They're kind of focusing on these, what they've said, and certain subscription-based games would be, would not be considered part of their proposal, from what I've heard. The problem is that this does add cost to these types of games. Won't affect the ones that probably most people would want to play in a lot of cases. I don't know, it's such a mess. It's such a mess. There isn't enough precise wording about it, and I think that it is muddying the debate. And then you have pirate software stoking the flames from one side, and it's making people on the other side become more radical. And then those people don't want to hear any nuance or criticism because they think that you are aligning yourself in the same way that pirate software is, which just pushes those people further to the side. And now we have basically modern politics in a nutshell, but with games. I think an unpopular take, copyright law in its current form is BS. Using the USA's framework, 75 to 90 years, and something someone made is far too long. It blocks creative development. I agree with that. I get it exists, but in almost all cases, the copyright far outlives the creator. That's kind of an unfair system. So let me put it this way then. So you have an MMO, right? Like let's say Sex Island 1, and this is your trademark. This is your IP. Sex Island 1 you take offline because not enough people are playing it, and you make Sex Island 2, and this is doing much better. It's an improvement in every way. Nobody really wants to play the first one, but this is still your IP. You've kept it alive. It is still there. By releasing the source files for Sex Island 1, by being forced to release them, you are being told what you can and can't do with your own IP, which would infringe upon your rights. The IP isn't dead. You're not hanging on to it like, you know, with Disney with its shriveled dick. They're making live action Snow White because they don't want to get rid of Snow White. You are actually doing something with your IP, and you're choosing to exercise your rights not to release any of the assets or files for the first game. I feel like that should be within the right of the company. That players don't have a right just to, if they were told that, hey, you're buying a license to play our MMO, Sex Island 1, we are going to take it offline. Now I think there should be a middle ground there where there should be a required amount of time that you tell people that you're taking it offline. Anybody who purchases it within that period, or within a 3-month period of you announcing that, can get a full refund if they want. But like, you have microtransactions, people can't get refunded for that. God forbid your company goes under. Guess what? If your company goes under, you still own the rights to Sex Island 1. But now you can't release the files because your company went under. So there's a loophole. Make a sister company goes under, it dissolves. Now you don't have a legal obligation to release all the source files, but you still own the IP. Like I said, there's so many loopholes to this. Too many. I hope Sex Island doesn't actually exist. I kind of hope that it does, actually. I would play it. Let me see if it's real. Sex Island 1. Oh, it's actually a real game. It's on Steam. Beautiful. Of course it does. I think there are some things about copyright law that are BS, but I do not support getting rid of it. I think that will be very, very detrimental to companies of all sizes and individuals too. I mean, imagine if you're an artist and you make a piece of art, and now because of game copyright being modified, you have to modify it for all art too. I'm sure there's a middle ground, but it's a lot more complex and nuanced than even I understand. I could do it separately. Look at that. I'm making it ugly just for you guys. Hope you enjoy it. United States copyright system is built around one company trauma, because it's trauma got created to its extreme and that goes too far. Well, the thing is that the EU's copyright laws are very similar. And there's not an impossibility that there are some companies who, and keep in mind that the EIC does not, like the EU Commission does not control copyright laws as a whole. There are some, but there are also countries that have their own. And so if you wanted to reclassify games as goods, and then on a top of that, modify the copyright laws, I think you would have to go through each member country itself for approval. And again, this would continue to add complexities and nuance to the discussion, which could take upwards of 10 years or even longer, the more that they have to address for this one thing. And right now, companies are technically working within the boundaries of the law to classify their games as services, put that in the EULA. It was the EU themselves that said that digital game purchases are services. So you're working uphill. It's a very, very much uphill battle to get Stop Killing Games to pass. Won't be easy. Just look up Sex Island. Obviously, you don't show on stream, but look it up again and look at the third screenshot. Sex Island. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty funny. If you understand the system, you can make it work for yourself, but just remember you're never gonna own anything in your lifetime. I don't know. I'm really curious. I'm gonna be following very closely what happens when they start the discussion. But I would just temper your expectations. The highest likelihood is that they'll come together. They're going to analyze whether or not there's anything that's illegal being done. They're going to take a look at, I don't remember the names of the directives. They're going to say, okay, are companies following the existing laws that classify games as services and give players enough warning about shutdown? Likely, yes. They're going to say, should this be changed? And I think they're going to find out that in some cases it can be, and in other cases it can't, in which case they're going to do what they did for a lot of the other commissions, or for the other initiatives, sorry, and set guidelines. They're going to say, you should really try to do your best to make sure that your game is playable. You take the servers offline. Have fun. There is a likelihood that that will be the case. But I think this, yes, starting the conversation is important. Voicing your support for it is important. Making your voices heard and voting with your wallets. That when companies like Ubisoft do this, stop supporting them. But there are some games that the most extreme solutions to SKG would kill. And most people do not understand copyright law to the extent that you can't really fix it in the way that you want. You don't just have unfettered access to proprietary source code, which again is owned by the company, all the proprietary art, which is owned by the company, all of the binaries, all of the, even third-party licenses that you may not have a license to use, but the company did have a license, but they can't redistribute that because that's a separate license. All these things have to be completely changed from the legal perspective, and I do not see that happening. Even just thinking about it, is the government going to say that you now don't own the code that you wrote or the art that you made? Yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm inside court. I never heard of copyright. I don't know. Nintendo. Wouldn't go that far. Well, it's not going to be me that goes that far. But like I said, it's something called compulsory licensing. Compulsory licensing does exist, but it only exists right now in cases that if the license expired and this thing were pulled from the market in some way, that it would, or somebody else owned the license and decided to take it off of the market, that it would cause a public health crisis, or it would cause so much damage to the systems that we use, right? Like there's some like Google stuff, right? That if Google shut down for some licensing reason, that the EU could step in and force a compulsory license for it, even if it's just as a stopgap measure. But there's no precedence. There's nothing in the framework that says that this would have to happen for games. Well, you say that, Dramox, but people are asking for that. And it's because the Stop Killing Games initiative's wording is not direct enough. The initiative kind of just, it put out some vague wording and people are running wild with what it means and what it should mean. And nobody can come to a consensus for that. And I think that the vague wording hurts that. But the main target was games with some online requirement despite not even being a multiplayer game. Some, yes, but it targets all games. But in my opinion, I agree that those are the games that should be fixed first. Why does it just that not set the user focus? What are we doing? Get spoon nuts in this game. Don't worry, there's another game being worked on with Spoon. Don't you worry. Yes, but define single-player games. Define reasonable playable state. Because some of these games have multiplayer checks because they do have multiplayer stuff to them. And maybe that is the only thing that the commission will actually change, which is a start. It's better than nothing. This is the thing though, Athana, is that is already too vague. Define a reasonable means to continue functioning. What does that mean? Because Ross himself, again, we talked to him for like 4 hours, has said that they don't mind if even the server files, which might not be working properly, get dumped. Okay, well, in order to just dump random server files, you need to say that is reasonably functional to dump server files that don't really work properly. You then need to force the company to dump their own code, which is owned by them, and potentially even dump their own assets, especially for things that are streamed. And you would need to disable all of the handshaking and all that stuff, or have your own solution to that. And this is not even assuming that those games are all proprietary, because they might use third-party software and licenses that cannot be redistributed. So I think it's important to sign the initiative. I think it's important to support it, but just temper your expectations, because there are a lot of things that have to be solved first. Like many things have to be talked about first by the EIC before they can actually target SKG's desires. I agree, Jonas. I do agree with that. But that's not all games. Burden of solving it will be on the studios, but that's a thing that increases cost, which SKG has said it will not increase the cost of games, but it will increase the cost. And if the lawmakers themselves cannot define what a reasonable playable state is, then that leaves the door open for litigation, because anybody could sue the company saying, well, you were mandated to put this in a reasonable playable state, but because the server files didn't run exactly when I double-clicked, I had to find a mod to solve the problem. Now I can litigate. And sure, that might get thrown out at some point, but you still need to have lawyers on hand for that. So again, this then needs to be solved. Okay, there's a middle solution. There's a commission that gets set up to to stamp the game with a seal of approval that this game has been end of life supported. Okay, now there's more money going towards that stamp of approval. Frostcott's favorite answer to any question seems to be a not at all. I like him. I like him. I support his initiative. I support him. But he's not a developer. And I don't think that him spreading the falsehoods that this is just a one-size-fits-all solution that's common sense and easy and doesn't cost money, I think it's hurting the initiative. It's hurting the discussion. It's not helping to solve any problem, and it's not making people more aware of how difficult it will be to get this resolved. There's my answer to that. Not setting that focus. Maybe it's removing that and setting it to the ATM guessing game. Where my ATM? Here's a quote I really like. Don't think in problems, think in solutions. I think this is a solution to have a chat, because asking companies themselves results in talking to a wall. No, like I said, the reason I talked to Ross for 4 hours, and the reason I still talk to him in DMs, is because I want the discussion there. The problem is the only person who's talking about the nuance of how difficult it is to resolve it, and the challenges that will face developers, is Pirate Software. And you're certainly not going to find me sitting here saying that the way that he's going about things is the right way to go about things, or that he's entirely correct. He has misinterpreted the initiative versus misinterpreted Ross. He has no desire to talk about it, no desire to go into the nuance of it. However, on the same side of things, the people that are blindly for stop killing games haven't thought about the difficulties. The reason I talk about it and bring up the challenges that will be faced and the loopholes that exist is so that when the initiative or the legislators are talking with people and sharing information about how it's going behind the scenes, we can step in and say, hold on, there's a loophole there. We foresaw that. Now let's get it patched. We've already thought about it. We were prepared for it. So that's the reason I take this approach, because there's already millions of people up here that support Stop Killing Games globally and want it to succeed, but don't know about this layer down here, which is legal stuff, dev stuff, shit that they, don't deal with because they're not in the kitchen, right? They're not the cooks. But I am here, and I can share this. I already support this. I can't sign the initiative because I'm not a citizen of the EU, but I can voice my support. So I'm down here saying, here's how this particular thing will affect us. Here are some problems that will have to be resolved first. Here's a potential solution, but in order to implement this solution, this, and this will have to be passed. Yeah, it's a whole thing. And I'm not the most intelligent person with all this legal stuff. I might be speaking about out of my ass for some of it though. So-called challenges, at least for when making a new game, are what? Oh, we have to not implement shitty functionality that we have sitting here nicely in our libraries. Not entirely. Some of this, yes. But there are some games that legitimately cannot be run on somebody's broken-ass laptop. There are some games that you cannot host a private server, even with one computer. There are some games that you do need to have multiple separate. So I agree, you said some. The problem is that Stop Killing Games and some of its supporters think that there is just a one-size-fits-all solution. And there are a lot of games that don't fix this. Even in my recent video on YouTube, I had somebody in my comments saying that he's a software developer and you can run all these games on your laptop because that's what they have to do when they develop the game. Not for all games. Not for all games. Some of them have an internal development server, things like WoW, because you can't just run a shard of that server on a laptop or even on a reasonably powerful development computer that needs a rack. And that needs more than one server sometimes. It needs the game server, it needs the authentication server, it needs a security check for DDoSing and for other things. You separate these things for safety purposes. And when you remove those barriers from there, or you have a company like WoW who has these security checkpoints in place, that's proprietary code that is licensed. They will probably never be obligated to share that with players. Sorry, but you're never going to get that. And I support the idea of developers holding on to some of that proprietary code, especially like security stuff, because they use it in their other games. And if they share that, it could show vulnerabilities. So now you have private servers being released without that support, without that security check. Well, now this opens up the company again to potential litigation because their compulsory licensed servers have security vulnerabilities, and when people try to connect to this, they could be liable for that. So there has to be a clear distinction in the legislation of what companies are liable for with their compulsory licensing. So it kind of just it adds on top of that. Mods and private servers kind of exist in a gray area right now. And by putting them into the legislation, you now have to create legislation that dictates exactly what the user and what the company is liable for, especially for content that might invalidate the license or might create brand image issues. There could even be a legal argument that if you make a private server and you add in, I don't know, like a car with guns, some scummy company could say that this affects their brand image because that's not what this is about. It's just messy. It's so fucking messy. But the thing is, Dramux, if it can't run on the potato, you then need to define what it can run on. Because again, it's supposed to be in a reasonable playable state. You have to define that. You have to be very clear about the definition of that. I think Stop Killing Games should be okay. Should do okay. I can't keep the server work. Here I'm shutting down the game. Here I'm putting it out to the public, so if anyone wants to keep the game alive, can. Yeah, but why would you be forced to do that? That's your IP. What if you're making a second game? You've now just shared that copyrighted material. Hell, even some of the server code that you might use for the second game is now there. And people will pick it apart for exploits. I want things to change too. I'm definitely on the side that I don't think they will change very much. And some of the things I don't think they should change. I don't know why this doesn't have focus. I could set input mode and then just force focus on B close. I think that's the main issue of SKG. The playable state refers to mostly playables and no extra hurdles such as the precious exam. The playable state should not even touch the topic of performance. But you have to, they would have to define playable state. You can't just dump server files. They could be broken as shit. I mean, technically, according to SKG's wording, the last update for your game could be a skeletal removal update, where you remove everything except the player being able to walk around on a white block. And according to SKG's wording, this would be 100% okay. You could dump the game afterwards, no problem. I'm telling you, there are loopholes. There are a fuck ton of them. And I think yeah, I agree. Defining playable state will be very important. I mean, open source, yeah, but it's an idealistic thing, right? Communism would be great if we had governments that weren't full of people who take advantage of different classes. Why does that not close? That's so annoying. Why does that not close? We are constructing that, right? I just clicked away. Well, here's the thing. So we're trying to target this initiative at like Ubisoft and EA, right? Do you think that for me, who doesn't really work on these types of games and would never work at one of these companies, if I can find loopholes like this, imagine how many loopholes those companies could find. The same people that argued loot boxes were surprise mechanics. Where the hell is the focus going? I mean, I guess it could be doing that with focus. This is really, really horrible, but I'm gonna do it. I'm kind of more interested in talking with you guys than I am implementing this right now. So we're just gonna do this super easily. Blue boxes are banned in the, yeah, blue boxes need to fucking go. Putting down the customer showing with their wallets, the big companies lost their trust and don't want the. That's the problem though. I agree with you, Turning Cog. Most gamers aren't going to do that though, because most gamers are not terminally online and really care about this initiative enough. Sadly. We might not like that, but we're in the minority here, caring about this. Is that the right ordering? Did not set focus. It's now it closes, but yeah, it's not setting focus on the buttons. Maybe loopholes in any law because laws are stacked in laws. They never remove laws; they just add new laws. I think that, yeah, I think there are. To be honest, I think that there are a lot of loopholes in laws, and I don't see them going back to fix the loopholes. I think that there will just be new loopholes that get found, and they'll never go back to fix them. But that's just me shitting on government as a whole. I agree, Okapi fan. I think it is bigger, but I don't know. People are still buying these games. Let me just instead of set user focus, I can just do it directly set input mode. Working either. Huh. It's difficult to imagine an easier interpretation of the initiative. Give me an exe I can run which doesn't phone home to a server that never answers. Well, therein again is compulsory licensing. Telling somebody what they have to do with their IP. And then you have to define reasonable playable state, because if it's an exe that runs, somebody could argue that because I can't chat with people, right? You have a separate chat server for a game. Because I can't chat with people in the game, to me it's not playable because this is a social game. This is a social aspect of the game. And especially MMOs are meant as being social games, otherwise they would just be single player games. We come back to the needing to define reasonable playable state. Server can be built. Some things. You'd still have to run a database for some of these games. And databases can get really big. I don't know. And again, some of that could be proprietary. I mean, even technically right now, just you know, when you buy a game, like off Steam, unless the company explicitly states it, you're usually not allowed to even modify it. Like, mods exist in a very gray area. Because you are messing with the individual's IP, and usually companies don't allow you to, you know, if you make like a mod, to share a modified exe file, right? Because that is where the code is built, and you can reverse engineer code out of those. You know, Unreal sample projects, that's the kind of thing lawmakers would need as a baseline for minimum playable for every fucking genre, and it would be so much to review. It would be a lot, yeah. I think that you could, for every individual game that gets released, define reasonable playable state in some way. But if consumers have the right to litigate that point, there's a lot of cost associated with that. So the alternative is to have that middleman European compliance commission that would stamp the approval on the game. Like, hey, we're looking to take the game offline. Can we get one of your people to come out and say that this is reasonably playable? Yes, no, here's what it is. This would, though, add this would add overhead. This would add overhead a little bit to the developers, which would increase cost, but mostly to taxpayers. Sounds like it's a job creator. It is red tape. Like, it's red tape, and red tape does cost money because that's time. And that might be okay with people. Just saying, for the people who say that this would not increase development cost, it would increase development cost. Get initial focus. It. I can't pump that in. It'd have to be a UI nav widget. I don't know why that's not working. Yeah, but the owning controller wouldn't be the player controller. And throw your own stuff in the public domain. You could if you own it, yeah. How much of this could be combated by having, like they do in Steam, the application to run a server for the game within the launcher, and in the closure of the game, it being in a state where someone can run their own dedicated server. So all the servers that are on Steam right now usually have a license associated with them. It's listed somewhere. I mean, we could maybe find a game where that's the case. Squad probably has one. See, and this is an important note here too. Anyone who has purchased or received a gift or press release copy of the game has permission to receive server donations from players. So you can receive donations to keep a server online for Squad. That's fantastic. Server owners may not charge hard currency or soft currency or in-game items. Server owners may allow priority access to players that make a donation. So again, this is one of the things that they allow for that. Warranty. They are not held liable for the use or inability to use the game, inadequate performance, loss of any data, rights relating to trademark, royalty, and copyrights. Again, you cannot just make a private server and profit off of it, obviously. So this is again something that would have to be mandated. This would be going against precedents for for copyright and IP laws. And everything that you make, including playing the game and having your own servers, is property of them, protected by Canadian regulations. Because of course it is a Canadian game, so they don't need to. They abide by their own laws. Which I believe would be a workaround for companies that are currently that are headquartered in EU. They would have to abide by the laws, but unless the EIC dictates it, they would have to say that games sold in the EU would have to abide by the laws, not just games that are developed, which would be very difficult to force, by the way. This is exactly why stuff like loot boxes are banned in individual countries, because they have more control over their own laws, but the EU would have to set laws that any game sold in the EU would fall under this, which would be potentially impacting the IP and copyright laws of the other countries. Regional versioning wouldn't resolve that completely. It is not permitted to operate the multimedia product commercially, use it contrary to morality or the laws in force, of course, to modify squad or create any derived work. Decompile, reverse engineer, or disassemble. Remove or circumvent security protections. To charge or require payment for user-created content and or mods. I'm just telling you, there's like half of this stuff here that is pretty standard for pretty much every single thing that's released online that has trademark would have to be removed and rewritten. That's crazy. That's never happened in any country right now except like China, which doesn't really have that protection, right? Oh boy. All I'm saying, this is gonna be a really, really difficult legal battle. And they might just err on the side of caution and say, we're not gonna change precedent with copyright directives. Not gonna happen. I don't know where the focus is going because we specifically call it from the pop-up. Update focus. I mean, it should be working. Please print stuff? Yes, I will print this stuff when I come back. It might be folded up a bit though. Oh, I shouldn't have the knot there. That was my bad. I felt like something was wrong when I was talking about that. Nope, never mind. Hold on. I was right. I just have to set the visibility first. Bad ordering. I will eat a source code. Here's why I protect the copyright laws so much. If some random starving artist out there makes their own IP, makes their own world, I want them to have the strongest capable ability to shut down people who are profiting off the work or from big companies eating up their ideas and making a lot more money off of it. I'm all for protection in that case. And you would have to amend it for them if you want to amend it for games. God, Bungie, well, yeah, exactly. Oh, did you guys hear that? I think it's raining. Yeah, you guys heard? Did you guys hear that? That scared me. Oh, we got focus now. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that was thunder. Pretty crazy. Hope we don't lose power. I'll just do a little save. Okay, this one, I own a few things since, according to Dutch law, copyright is granted by default, but I think it was important for me to look into since I'm so against the 95-year copyright. I need to put my money where my mouth is. Well, your game can't be, like, because your game is derivative, right? You wouldn't be able to make that open, Creative Commons. Your other side projects? Your other side projects, yes. Like if you make, for instance, Dozer, for all intents and purposes, and all the code that I make is owned by Microraptor Games. And the company's owned by me, therefore I own it at the end of the day. If somebody were to make a mod that I don't approve of, gone. I'm probably not going to, but that is my right. Okay, we need to get from... We need to get the player to be able to open up that. As part of the ATM HUD. Wonderful, it's raining pretty hard right now. I hope it moves. I gotta walk home. Not very far, but still, I have these papers I have to print out. Wonderful. It's moving pretty fast, though. Another half hour to an hour should be gone. You just gotta be careful with copyright, and copyright, you know, in most cases, like if you just make a small fan project for a game, you know, unless you're Nintendo, most places aren't gonna give a shit. But if you try to monetize off that, which is really where it comes down to, is that the reason most games go offline is because they are not financially viable to run anymore. And that oftentimes comes down to server costs in some way or another. So if the game is no longer financially viable to run for the developer, that's going to cost money for the players to run. So you would have to do a compulsory license for companies to release all that code, number one, and say that it's okay that players can commercially make enough money to support the server costs, but then who regulates that, right? Or they can't make that money, but then there are games that would cost the players so much money to run that there might be a problem, right? So the gray area that it exists in right now is not horrendous. It's just that those bad actors up here, the Ubisofts, the Nintendos, the EAs, fuck them. So I'd like to see something that doesn't change this down here, which is that, like Squad, right? Squad says you can run our servers, you can even take donations to help cover server costs, just don't commercialize it, don't charge people money for it, whatever. See that stay the way it is, with maybe just some requests from the EIC, or make it a bit more formal, and then move all the bad actors from here to be part of this big group. And then with more protections, like I said before, requirement for 3 months before the servers are taken offline that you have to tell people that that's going to happen, and anybody who bought it 3 months from that notice period can get a full refund, no questions asked. Because nobody wants to buy a game and then tomorrow they say, oh yeah, by the way, we're taking the servers offline. No, I want my money back. That's at least the way that I see it. Let me close my window, it's raining pretty hard. Hot water coming in. Pretty. It is nice though, it smells good. You can counter a lot of this with integration of services, like example, server dono is allowed to help with running server. Make it so there's a link to the server hosting that you dono through. Server running. There could be new middleman solutions for this. I think so. If that's what you're kind of meaning, like I don't know. I'd love to see like Valve solve this in some way. I don't know. I don't know. Surely there's a way, but it's eventually going to complicate things, and you've now formally regulated something that previously was not regulated, like mods and private servers. They just kind of said, well, you're the IP holder, you get to decide. By now mandating it, you're pulling it into the legal space, in which case companies are going to be really upset if you don't properly handle the wording, and you open them up to constant litigation, which I agree with that complaint in that way. So I'm going to be really like keeping my eyes glued to what the EIC says, especially with regards to the wording, because if there's loopholes that developers can take advantage of and abuse players, they will do those. And if there isn't enough protective wording for developers, it will get abused by players. I hate to say it. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we gotta show the, we gotta find an event. Custom event. Which device? Shitty on both sides. Well, some people were hearing me, you know, because I put out a YouTube video going through that 5-page document that European games, whatever those idiots said. I put out a video talking about that document and going through each point one by one. It's not entirely wrong, but it's also not entirely right. And if you look at it saying, yes, I blindly support it in one, or I blindly don't support it, then you're going to be blindsided by the realities. And I think we can be hopeful but realistic. But the time frame is not going to be something that players will enjoy if they decide to legislate this. Because it will take over 5 years. Potentially even over 10. Yeah, it is a gray zone, and man, I don't even know how you begin to do it. Thankfully, it's not my job. Like the 2-hour loop they had on Steam, I think they fixed it since a game dev lost a lot of money due to the refunds after they fully played their games. So their games were like 30 minutes to an hour long. I think that they didn't change that. If the game is short, you could still get fucked. But I think it's arguably better than nothing. I'll just make a game called Refund Simulator. You buy the game and then you refund it. That's it. And there's just one button on the screen and it says refund, and it pulls up the Steam help restore page. There's no way that's already a thing, right? Refund me if you can. But that's the game that you have to beat. You have to, like, beat it and then refund it. So it's kind of like memey in that way. I'll make a refund simulator. I'll get that up on Steam for you guys. Costs $1. And you just refund it. That's the entire gameplay. There's a game called Nothing. Of course there is. Look it up, it's fun. Absolutely beautiful. Sexual content, hentai. Souls-like, story-rich. Faith. Why is there a faith tag? I guess for all the Bible games. A game run by AI. I don't want to contribute to people's idiocy. Just don't want that gem collection to be available there. I don't even know why it is. And even the state of the game video, my fan game. Here's what you think. Yeah, I mean, do you want me to pull it up on stream, or are we worried about Nintendo? It's also fine. Go for it. And just so people are aware, by the way, I support Stop Killing Games. I'm just I'm worried about some of the things, and other things I just don't think are going to be resolved by the commission. Not a pessimist. Just it seems like it's a lot to cover. Oh, you know what? I bet that was there, but because I changed this button. No. Am I crazy? It shouldn't be enabled. Bet because we were doing some of that. I mean, that should be fine because we separated the gem menus. If the player opens up... Hold on. If the player opens up the gold menu, I think we've forcefully stopped them from being able to open up the gem collection. And then vice versa too. That should be fine. Oh. Wait. Huh? When is that getting hit? Huh? I wonder if it's because it's an in-world widget, if it's automatically giving it focus because it's existing. I bet it is. I bet it fucking is, that piece of shit. And we're doing that check. I hate you. Oh, don't worry. I don't think any of you guys think that I'm against it. Seriously, if you say anything bad about SKG right now, or even like that it might face trouble, you're lumped in with pirate software, and there's no middle ground, and it's really difficult to talk about because of that. So I just wanted to make it clear, I've always been for it. I just worry about some of the wording. We got 18 minutes recorded? Holy shit. How's your gamepad support? Do you have gamepad support yet? If not, here's my recommendation. Don't do it. Don't. You also work. I've worked 10 plus years in the industry, but I've never worked at Blizzard. I don't want to work at Blizzard. Fuck that. I don't see how you can say, yeah, I worked at Blizzard and be happy about that. I mean, maybe, sure, during some of its glory years, I'd be pretty happy, but nowadays? I was happy as a Nepo baby. I love the. Please don't change the T-pose, by the way. And I mean that. Dad worked in Blizzard too. Was he really a Nepo baby? I don't want you to fix the T-pose. Oh, copy. I should get you to come do the UI UX for me. Just pass it off to you. I'll just vomit it onto you and just be like, please work your magic. I'm going back to the spreadsheets and systems. It's really come a long way. It's really looking nice. Can I put it on my portfolio? You can never not put it on your portfolio. If you ever do any work for Microraptor, there's not even a question of whether or not you can put it on your portfolio. The answer is always yes. You should be proud of what you worked on. You should be able to show it off. We don't have any private, things we're working on. So we found a dime bag. Damn. Are there even dime bags anymore? Has that been hit by inflation too? what is it, like one little rolled up leaf? Or bud? It's the twig. You get the stem. It's looking really, really great. And, you know, jokes aside, I think that once you do get the T-pose done and maybe add some, like, some more, like, foliage and stuff in, honestly, it's gonna look... Those two small things might do a lot just to making it feel a lot more complete on the exterior. You got a lot of work ahead of you, but you've already done so much. I would like to smash the rock. Where's the hole? On the starter 10 you had more? Maybe I skipped past that. Maybe I was talking about T-posing. Oh yeah, there is some. Give me some flowers though, you know? Let me sniff a... I think it's nice. I think it's really good. But I'm very jealous of your ability to do UI stuff. I can make it work with mouse and keyboard. But kill me if I ever need to make it work with gamepad. Fuck me with branches. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I hate my existence. I want to die. Look at this. I'm gonna add more branches to this too. Just to make it more unbearable. We won't talk about this this part of the game. I just want to know why, if there's some way that I could prevent those from getting focus at all. I guess I could make them not focusable, and when you switch to the ATM, we can make them focusable, because then I don't need this. Well, I do. I do. No, I don't. Yes, I don't. But then I'd have to go through every fucking thing. You guys self-taught? Hard shit. Especially with controllers. Do you like working with it? Because you could, if you want to go deeper into like UI, UX, there's definitely a lot of places that would pay a lot for it. I don't understand where that's running from. It must be giving the... I wonder if a guess is getting hit. Agent Sausage, are you still working on the Potion Alchemy game? No, not currently. We would need a pretty large team for that. Or it's the new input device. The binding. So I should just put this back here. I should just bite the bullet. I'm doing it. I think you could hold a UI designer title. I mean, if can you do like the art side of the stuff? Because if not, then you could go into UX, which is pretty tough to do. I thought the gold shop text was supposed to fade out slowly. I could have sworn that's how it was working. Hmm. Did I not make Boolean for that? Oh no, I do have one. Just is visible. Better at UX than UI, even the UI was all self-designed. It's not in Unreal, right? It's in Unity that you're working? I hope their solution is better, because Unreal's gamepad stuff is absolute ass. Oh. What a nightmare. I think I have a lot to learn, but at this point I think I have to wait until I grab my chance in the industry. Good luck, this industry is fucking dumb. So many people getting laid off. But learning in the meantime is the right way to do it. Better than sitting on your haunches waiting. Prove your netcode. Should not be engine dependent, at least that's what I feel. It depends. I mean, if you get into the industry, there are some things where you shouldn't be engine dependent, but also being specialized in an engine will make you more likely to be chosen by people using that engine. Because you can say, yeah, I have experience with Unreal, Unity, and Godot, but at the end of the day, the company is only using one of those engines. And if they have to pick you who has, 2 years of experience in each, or somebody who has 5 years of experience in the one that they're using, they're going to go with that one. But like I said, that's only for some departments, right? Because somebody like UX or like a UI designer might not matter, especially if they're not expected to be in engine. But I know for me, I have a lot of a Unity experience. If I apply for, or Unreal experience, if I apply for a Unity job, it's probably unlikely that I'm going to get it. You boot it up even on the side. Well, hey. If you ever learn something with Unreal, with like gamepad support and UX, hit me up first. I'll gladly pass this kind of shit on to you. I am not good at it. I hate it. I can, you know, do shit fast when it comes to making mechanics. And then we can all work faster that way, right? Yeah, we didn't make like a ATM context. I can do that though. We can do an ATM context. When the player closes the escape menu, what do we run for that? I think I just kind of hard-coded it. Oh, we probably removed the menu. Okay. That could work then. This is really dirty though. Not a fan of it. I'm gonna learn it. I will shit focus on it. Also sounds like a fun new challenge. Already gave lessons in a row before, so I'll step to learn its UI system fully. Look, I can't tell you what to do and what not to do. But if you were to learn how to build widgets, use common UI, which is gonna be a challenge. I could 100% use it. 100%. Not even a question. There's a few things in Unreal that are so not my forte that I spend 10 times as long doing 10 times as shittily as somebody who knows it. Obviously, like anything art related, out of my wheelhouse. I can build the UI, I can get it working with mouse and keyboard, but that is a far step away from getting it working with gamepad. And the more that I lean into it, the more that I see that it's... I'll pass. Let's put it that way. Tried it. Hated it. Never again. Give you a week or two. Hey, if you can seriously, if you can resolve it in a week or two, I will be impressed. Will this work? We can force focus on the widget itself, which we either do already on construct. We do it on construct. We poof it, update focus back to the ATM, and then we remove. Well, yeah, take care of Copy Fan and keep in touch with me. Don't hesitate to hit me up on Discord. I might be a little bit slow with getting back, and if I forget to get back or anything, just ping me again. I'm very forgetful. We'd have to add it on Switch camera. Easy enough. Depending on when we remove it from the ATM as well. I mean, there is a complete mini. It's not there. Well, I guess because we didn't actually do it, so we never removed. We only removed it on Switch. So we would have to on complete minigame remove it. One doesn't matter. So I thought we check if the player has another credit card somewhere. There should be. Oh yeah, got credit card queue. Have token queue. Well, either way. You do the sequence. I can put it here. Then we just hard code this into the pawn, I think. Fine. Basically the same logic we run for help. We can just call that again. Oh, that was a good one. Nice and snappy. No, we just want to create it. Never mind. I would hold the phone. Wait, no, I was right. Switch it for this. Switch on visibility first. Do we have a close event for that? Not directly. Is kind of awkward. Let me think here. I just need to do a simple construct or deconstruct. Only if it's visible, though. I could grab the last index, check if it's visible, and then just run that separately. I won't get too worried about that. Hard to ignore unless I wanted to do like a larger function or something, and I don't really want to do that. As long as it works. Give me one of these credit cards. They're coming. Come on, bitch. Should close that. I'm curious. Seems to be working for now. Obviously, the back to Dozer doesn't work because I didn't hook that up yet. God damn it. Inhaling dust. Fuck me. Don't inhale dust. And yes, if you want to know, we will be making these buttons easier to see. I mean, you're like hovering over them. Functionality, then art. What did I fuck up? That was the one. Oh, it's almost there. The gallery is going to be a whole thing to tackle too, but I have an idea of how we can solve that. Hmm. Oh, they're fine. Watching how they move. Rex and I just absolutely love working with physics for small objects. I think it's our mutual favorite thing about the engine. Never had a problem. No, I think it's behaving fine. We'll do way more playtesting though as we get closer to finalizing it. They're kind of jumping up near the Dozer though. I wonder what that is. Could just be a mass problem. I wonder if something got reset. Weird. Jeez, that coin roll is so bright. We're gonna be doing all the lighting at the end of this, redoing it all. So things are a little bit blown out, or not finalized yet. Why do I feel like they didn't make a big coin? Kind of weird. Hmm. It could just be so low in the pile that I'm not seeing it. Probably the case. Are you winning? I don't know. I have no gems yet. The silent winner, I think, of this game is actually double poker chip chance. I think that is the most based upgrade you can get. Because that's really where all the good shit is gonna come from, is getting poker chips pushed off. We might also want to rethink the sides coming up as being more angled in this case. Make a note for that when I'm done with my my UI shit. Okay, this does not have gamepad support yet. Also, it's being really weird. I wonder if I mess up something with the... Yeah, I mess up something with the input for the mouse here. I can fix that. credit card? Wait. Oh yeah, because I had a credit card fall at the same time. I thought that was a bug, but nope, that's actually working properly. One thing that definitely is not, though, is the gamepad here. That's weird. Add a bool to this? You can just hold mouse cursor right now and just drag? Oh, I don't care. I don't care if you can cheat it some way. I don't really mind. We'll worry about that when we get gamepad support. We can fix up bugs with that. Well, it's making progress at least. Better than nothing. Worry about that tomorrow. I'm gonna get going for now though. I gotta print some things out. I gotta get to the store. We will continue with the gamepad support tomorrow. It's slow progress. It's breaking some things, but at least we are making progress. A validity check? I mean, yeah, we do. I don't know what. I mean, it shouldn't because we're doing a visibility test. Yeah, it just is. I put that in here now just for temporary, so I'll just fix it up tomorrow. Either way, we'll get to it tomorrow. Today, I'm done. We'll post this up online. We're making progress, one thing at a time. The game is like mostly playable with gamepad right now. Just getting it finalized, getting all of the bugs fixed with it is going to be the tricky part, the most important part. And then we can add the localization. Then we can fix up any of the UI errors from that. Because we'll probably have some pretty long text in some cases. Then we can get the we need to get the localization, then we can fix that up. Then we can finalize the art. We'll get the sounds added. And then we're really on the home stretch from there, so. This is the last big hill to climb, is the UI shit. So, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Cheers, peace, take care. Good to be back in Unreal, but man, this is a headache. See you guys. Bye.